The first corpse raises its hand before any of my living students do. That would already be embarrassing if the corpse were not wearing the torn uniform of St. Vera Academy. It gets worse when the dead boy points at the equation on my blackboard and answers it correctly. I lower the chalk. Around me, 32 students stare at the cracked classroom floor where a pale hand has just punched through the stone. Nobody screams, not yet. They are still trying to decide whether this is another one of my failed lessons. Fair enough. My name is Corvin Drest, and according to every faculty evaluation written during the last 4 years, I am the single worst instructor St. Vera has ever failed to fire. I teach students who cannot cast. I supervise candidates who cannot rank. And tomorrow morning, my class is scheduled to take the Imperial S-rank qualification exam. Yeah, the joke practically writes itself. See, St. Vera does not measure teachers by how much their students improve. It measures us by how many students reach certified combat rank. An instructor whose class produces an S-rank graduate receives prestige, funding, relic access, and political protection. An instructor whose class fails gets buried under debt contracts until the academy owns every remaining year of his life. My students? The highest ranked one is barely E rank. The lowest cannot stabilize a basic mana thread without setting her sleeves on fire. I have 32 hours left. Then the floor splits open. Again, a second corpse crawls through, then a third. I watch them drag themselves from a sealed maintenance crypt that should not exist beneath Classroom 7. One wears the silver collar of an old Imperial scholar. Another still has fragments of examination seals stitched into his robe. The third has no lower jaw. All three look at me. A cold pulse passes through my skull. A system alert flashes across my vision, dormant aptitude recovered, class mutation detected, Necromancer instructor, hidden tier, unresolved. I do not move. Of course. 4 years of being called useless, and my class decides to awaken only when the students are dead. One of the living boys near the back finally finds his voice. Professor Drest? I glance at him. His name is Milo Fenn. E-rank mana capacity. Terrible footwork. Excellent memory. Panics whenever anyone watches him cast. What? There is a dead person holding my workbook. I look down. There is. The corpse has picked up Milo's abandoned practice booklet. It flips 3 pages. Stops. Then taps the answer he got wrong this morning. Milo goes pale. I crouch beside the corpse. Its eyes are clouded. Its skin is gray. There is no breathing, no pulse, no normal mana circulation. But something else is moving inside it. Thin strands of black energy run from its spine to me. Not chains. Not exactly. They feel more like classroom attendance lines. I focus. The system responds immediately. A second notification forms across my vision. Deceased scholar recognized. Residual academic imprint preserved. Command compatibility confirmed. I almost laugh. Almost. Instead, I look at the corpse. Stand. It stands. Half the class finally screams. The other half bolts for the door. I raise one finger. Sit. The corpse sits. The screaming gets louder. I turn toward my living students. Anyone who leaves fails today's lesson. That stops 3 of them. The remaining 29 keep running. Then the classroom doors slam shut by themselves. Not because of me. A formation activates across the walls. Red lines spread through the stone. I recognize the pattern instantly. Academic lockdown. Someone has triggered the building's emergency containment array. From outside, metal shutters crash over the windows. A voice echoes from the corridor. Professor Drest, remain where you are. I know that voice. Everyone at St. Vera does. Vice Chancellor Orlin Voss, Head of Faculty Discipline, Chairman of the Imperial Examination Review Board, the man who has spent 3 years trying to have my teaching license revoked. His boots stop outside my door. You have been accused of unauthorized necromancy within Academy grounds. Fast. Far too fast. The corpse came through the floor less than a minute ago, which means Voss did not react to the necromancy. He was waiting for it. I stare at the red containment lines. Interesting. Milo notices my expression. Professor? Open your workbook. He blinks. What? Page 87. There are undead in the room. And tomorrow there will be examiners. He stares at me like I have finally lost my mind. Possible. Still irrelevant. I point at the equation, the corpse answered. Page 87. Slowly, Milo sits. A few others stop near the sealed door. They look from me to the corpses, then back to me. I hear keys turning outside. Not academy keys. Security keys. Voss brought enforcers. I have maybe 2 minutes. The dead scholar beside me suddenly scratches something onto the floor with one blackened fingernail. A formula. Mana compression. Advanced version. I recognize the structure. I also recognize why Milo keeps failing it. His instructor manual teaches the modern 7-step sequence. The corpse is using 5. I look at Milo. Cast compression. His face drains. I can't. I know. That is why we are here. I point at the dead scholar. Copy him. Milo gives me the exact expression a sane person gives an insane teacher. Then the first strike hits the classroom door. Boom! Dust falls from the ceiling. Professor dressed, Voss shouts. Release the students and surrender. I ignore him. 5 steps, Milo. Another strike. Boom! The hinges bend. Milo looks at the corpse. The corpse raises 2 fingers, rotates its wrist, compresses a thread of dead mana between its fingertips. Crude. Stable. Perfect. Milo swallows, then copies it. His first attempt collapses. Again. His second sparks. Again. His third holds for half a second. The other students stop watching the door. Now they are watching him. Milo tries again. A sphere of blue mana forms above his palm. Tiny. Stable. His eyes widen. I did it. Barely. He grins anyway. That is when something clicks inside my skull. A stream of black energy flows from the corpse into Milo, not enough to harm him, just enough to trace the movement. The system reacts, instructional transfer successful, living student proficiency increased, deceased scholar resonance stabilized. I stare at the notification, then at the corpse, then at Milo. This is not ordinary necromancy. Normal necromancers raise bodies to fight. Mine are teaching. That is ridiculous. It is also the first useful thing that has happened to me in years. The door explodes inward. 3 academy enforcers storm through in silver armor. Voss walks behind them without hurrying. Tall, white-haired, perfect uniform, perfect posture. The kind of man who looks offended by dust. His eyes move over the undead. Then to Milo's mana sphere. Something flickers across his face. Not shock, recognition. There it is. He knows what these corpses are. Voss lifts one hand. Corvin dressed, by authority of the Imperial Review Board, you are suspended immediately. I lean against my desk. Before or after tomorrow's exam? There will be no exam for your class. A few students gasp. Voss smiles. Small. Satisfied. Your candidates have been disqualified. Now the room goes quiet. That matters more to them than the corpses. For most students in classroom 7, tomorrow is their last legal attempt. Failing means reassignment. Mining divisions. Frontier logistics. Mana furnace labor. Jobs with excellent mortality statistics. A girl near the window clenches her fists. Hannah Mirel, F-rank combat score. Highest written score in the class. She takes one step toward Voss. On what grounds? Contamination. His eyes move toward me. Your instructor practiced a forbidden class. I watch him carefully. He still has not asked how I awakened it. He still has not asked where the corpses came from. Interesting again. Hannah points at the broken floor. They came from under the academy. Voss's smile disappears. Only for a second. Enough. I walk toward the hole. One enforcer raises his weapon. Stay back. I crouch anyway. Below the broken stones is a staircase. Old. Much older than St. Vera's current buildings. Iron plaques line the walls beneath us. Names are engraved across them. Hundreds. No, more than hundreds. I brush away the dust from the nearest plaque. The inscription is almost erased. Imperial Scholar Cohort, year 312. Another plaque. Then another. Rows continue downward into darkness. I count the visible markers. 20, 40, 70, and there are more below. The dead scholar beside me suddenly turns toward the staircase. So do the other 2. All 3 kneel. Not to me. Toward the crypt. A pulse travels through the floor. My new class responds. The notification across my vision expands mass resonance detected beneath current location. Compatible remains estimated at more than 1,000. Educational imprint density exceptionally high. I read it twice. 1,000. My gaze moves toward Voss. For the first time, the vice-chancellor looks genuinely afraid. He steps forward. Seal that crypt. There. That is the first honest thing he has said. I straighten. What is down there? Nothing relevant to you. More dead teachers? His jaw tightens. One of the enforcers advances. I raise my hand. The 3 corpses rise with me. The enforcer stops. I have no idea how strong they are. Voss probably knows that. More importantly, he does not know whether I know. I can work with that. I look at my students. 32 living failures. 32 terrified faces. Every one of them has been told for years that talent is fixed. Rank is fixed. Potential is fixed. Tomorrow's examination is designed to prove it one final time. Then I look into the crypt. More than 1,000 dead scholars. 1,000 sets of preserved techniques. 1,000 forgotten approaches. 1,000 people who apparently died beneath the institution now claiming my students are contaminated. My thoughts become very simple. I do not need to make my students stronger in the usual way. I need to make them pass. Those are not the same problem. Voss points toward me. Take him. The enforcers move. I snap my fingers. The jawless corpse kicks a desk sideways. It slams into the first enforcer's knees. The old scholar sweeps an arm across the blackboard. A burst of dead mana erases every active formation symbol in one brutal wave. The red containment lines flicker out. Voss's eyes widen. Good. I did not know the corpse could do that either. I make sure my face says otherwise. The third undead scholar walks directly to Hana. It picks up her practice staff, adjusts her grip by 2 inches, then steps behind her and forces her left heel outward. Hana freezes. Her breathing changes. She thrusts. A narrow blast of mana punches across the room and cracks an enforcer's shield. Everyone stares. Hana stares hardest. That was an A-rank thrust form. The corpse releases her. I look at Voss. He looks at the crypt. We both understand what just happened. He has 32 living students trapped in a room with me. I have more than 1,000 dead instructors under my feet. Tomorrow's examination suddenly feels very possible. Voss recovers first. You think one forbidden trick changes anything? No. I step onto the first stair leading underground. That would be absurd. The corpses follow me. I turn toward my students. Milo is still holding his stable mana sphere. Hana is still staring at the crack she made in the shield. The rest of them look terrified. Perfect. Fear means they are paying attention. Classroom 7. 32 faces turn toward me. You have been disqualified from tomorrow's S-rank examination. Silence. So we are going to take it anyway. Voss laughs once. You cannot train failures into S-rank candidates overnight. I look down the staircase. Black silhouettes are beginning to move beneath the stone. 1, 10, dozens. Then hundreds of pale eyes open in the dark. A system alert burns across my vision. Mass resurrection available. Scholar network synchronization awaiting instructor command. I roll my shoulders. Who said I was training them alone? Then I walk into the crypt and raise the first 1,000 dead scholars. The first thing I learn about raising 1,000 scholars is that the dead are terrible at lining up. They know ancient combat theory. They remember obsolete mana formulas. Several of them apparently mastered spell structures modern instructors consider impossible. But give them a staircase and a narrow doorway? Absolute disaster. I stand at the bottom of the crypt while hundreds of corpses grind against one another in complete silence. One drops an arm. Another steps on it. A third politely picks it up and hands it to the wrong corpse. I rub my forehead. Outstanding, Milo whispers behind me. Professor? Yes? Are they supposed to do that? No. Is that bad? I haven't decided. 32 living students cluster at the top of the stairs. None of them followed willingly. I threaten to mark them absent. Apparently, academic discipline remains more terrifying than necromancy. Good to know. Vice-Chancellor Voss did not come down after us. That bothers me more than if he had. A man who wants something buried usually chases the person digging it up. Instead, he sealed the upper corridor and withdrew his enforcers, meaning one of 2 things. Either he expects the crypt to kill me, or he knows something inside is worse than the corpses. I keep walking. The underground chamber extends beneath half the academy. Rows of stone benches descend toward a circular lecture platform. Iron plaques cover the walls. Names, academic ranks, specialties, years of service, death dates. Most of those dates fall within the same 11-month period. Interesting. I stop beside a broken plaque. Hannah comes closer. What is it? I brush dust from the inscription. Advanced Mana Pedagogy Division. She frowns. That department doesn't exist. Exactly. Another plaque reads Tactical Spell Reconstruction. Another reads Adaptive Rank Development. Another reads Cognitive Casting Rehabilitation. Milo leans over my shoulder. That one sounds useful. It also sounds expensive. He blinks. I point toward the death date, which means someone had money. That matters. Institutions do not bury expensive departments by accident. One of the undead scholars suddenly turns its head. A woman. Half her face is skeletal, but the silver pins in her hair remain perfectly arranged. She walks toward Hana, then stops. Hana steps back. The corpse points at her, then at an empty practice circle carved into the floor. No, Hana says. The corpse points again. No. Again. Hana looks at me. Professor. I shrug. She seems persistent. You control her. Technically. The dead woman points harder. Hana sighs and enters the circle. Immediately, 4 more undead scholars surround her. One adjusts her shoulders. Another kicks her feet apart. A third raises her elbow. The fourth tears the practice staff from her hand and replaces it with a shorter one. Hannah looks offended. Then the dead woman demonstrates. 1 step, 1 turn. 1 thrust. No wasted movement. The air snaps. A line appears across the stone wall 10 meters away. Hannah's mouth opens slightly. I understand her reaction. That strike uses almost no mana. Modern academy doctrine teaches students to increase output until technique becomes stable. This does the opposite. Reduce movement. Reduce mana loss. Reduce everything until the cast cannot fail. I stare at the undead scholar. A system alert forms across my vision. Instructional imprint identified. Efficiency doctrine. Compatibility with low-capacity students exceptionally high. Now that is useful. I focus on the connection between us. The black threads sharpen. Information flows. Not memories. Not thoughts. Patterns. Each corpse carries fragments of whatever it practiced most before death. A swordsman retains muscle sequence. A rune scholar retains inscription order. A healer retains mana routing structures. They cannot lecture. They cannot explain. But they can repeat. Perfectly. Again. And again. And again. I finally understand the mechanism. My class does not resurrect knowledge in the usual sense. It resurrects repetition. That sounds less impressive. It is probably more dangerous. I point toward Hana. Copy the sequence. She tries. Her first thrust wastes nearly half her mana. The dead scholar slaps her wrist. Hana glares. Again. The second attempt is better. Another slap. Again. The third produces a sharp crack. The system reacts immediately. Living student pattern acquisition detected. Deceased scholar imprint transferred at 3% fidelity. 3%. I narrow my eyes. So this is not instant mastery. Good. Anything that easy usually comes with a knife hidden somewhere. I turn toward Milo. You're next. He pales. The jawless scholar from upstairs grabs him by the collar. Apparently you are definitely next. For the next 20 minutes, I watch and calculate. Each undead scholar can demonstrate a preserved technique. A living student can copy that technique. Repeated exposure increases something the system calls imprint fidelity. But there are conditions. First, compatibility matters. A student with poor physical reinforcement gains almost nothing from a high-force combat imprint. Second, repetition matters. Watching once is useless. Third, the corpse weakens every time it transfers a pattern. That part appears after Milo's 8th attempt. The jawless scholar's black aura thins. A notification flashes across my vision. Residual imprint, depleted by 11%. Restoration requires necromantic energy or soul intake. There it is. The cost. I step away from the group. Raise my hand. The scholar follows. I examine the thread connecting us. My mana pool is embarrassingly small. Necromancer instructor sounds impressive until I realize my total reserve would barely support 6 active corpses under ordinary conditions. Yet more than 1,000 are standing. Why? I trace the energy downward. The answer is underneath us. The crypt itself is feeding them. A network of black runes runs beneath the stone. Ancient, dense, almost invisible. The corpses are not drawing primarily from me. They are drawing from the burial complex. I am only supplying command authority. I crouch and touch one rune. Cold pain shoots up my arm. A system notification flashes, Scholar Mausoleum identified. Autonomous Preservation Array active. Current reserve 14%. 14. I look around at the enormous chamber. 1,000 corpses. 14% remaining. Problem, I say. Hana stops training. What kind? The kind with arithmetic. She grimaces. That's never good when you say it. I stand. At the current drain, this place cannot support all of them continuously. Milo looks at the crowd. How long? I don't know yet. That answer makes several students nervous. Good. They should be. I walk toward the center platform. Everyone, stop. The corpses stop first. The living students take another few seconds. Predictable. I sweep my eyes across the dead. Not all 1,000 are equally useful. Some are damaged. Some preserved almost nothing. Some specialize in subjects none of my students need tomorrow. One undead scholar keeps drawing agricultural summoning diagrams in the dust. Impressive. Completely useless for an S-rank combat exam. I point toward the outer rows. Dormant. Nothing happens. I try again. Return. Still nothing. Wonderful. The system is apparently literal. I focus on the connection. Not words. Intent. Reduce active links. Preserve reserve. The black threads shift. 100 corpses collapse at once. My students scream. I ignore them. Another 100 drop. Then another. I stop at 97 active scholars. The crypt's drain decreases sharply. A notification appears. Active scholar network reduced. Preservation efficiency increased. Estimated sustainable instruction period extended. There. First problem solved. Not permanently. Enough. I scan the surviving corpses. 97 specialists. 32 students. Tomorrow's exam. That gives me a ratio slightly above 3 instructors per failure. Better than anything St. Vera has ever funded. I smile. Hana notices. I don't like that expression. Neither do most administrators. What are you thinking? I am thinking that we have been teaching. You incorrectly. A boy near the back snorts. His name is Joran Pell. D-rank strength. F-rank mana control. He has failed the practical qualification twice because every spell he casts detonates early. No offense, Professor, but you've been teaching us. Yes. He waits. I look at him. That supports my argument. A few students laugh despite themselves. Good. Fear is becoming attention. Attention can become compliance. I walk to the central platform. Tomorrow's S-rank exam has 4 tested categories. Mana control, combat adaptation, technique efficiency, crisis response. My students cannot become truly S-rank overnight. That would be nonsense. But examinations do not measure souls. They measure performances. Performance can be engineered. I point toward 4 sections of the crypt. You are not going to become stronger tonight. The students stare. You are going to become better at exactly 4 things. Milo raises a hand. I glare at him. He lowers it. Smart. Each of you has failed because St. Vera keeps training your weaknesses as if weakness is a moral problem. I gesture toward Hana. She has low output. Hana folds her arms. Thank you. Her efficiency is excellent. She pauses. I point toward Joran. He has terrible control. Also thank you. His body reinforcement is nearly C rank. Joran stops smirking. I point toward Milo. He panics during observation. Milo looks at the floor. But his pattern memory is ridiculous. He looks up. This is why I have never considered them hopeless. Bad teachers call a student weak when they mean inconvenient. I know. I've been called a bad teacher for years. I simply never had enough tools to prove whether they were right. Now I have 97 dead ones. I divide the students, not by rank. By failure pattern. Hana joins the low output group. Joran joins the unstable casting group. Milo joins the performance anxiety group. The rest divide around them. Then I assign undead scholars based on compatibility. The system helps. Not much. When I focus on a student, faint resonance percentages appear. 28, 41, 70. The highest I find is 86% between Hana and the silver-haired efficiency scholar. Excellent. Joran matches 79% with a massive dead instructor whose entire teaching method appears to consist of punching students, until their stance improves. Less elegant, potentially effective. Milo matches 91% with the jawless scholar. I stare at the number. Why? The answer arrives after I watch them train. The jawless scholar cannot speak. Milo does not panic because nobody is verbally judging him. He simply copies. Again, again, again. His manosphere becomes stable. Then denser. Then smaller. By his 20th repetition, it no longer shakes. Milo stares at it. I've never held one this long. 30 seconds. He looks confused. What? Hold it for 30 seconds. His face falls. Naturally. Progress is dangerous if students become proud too early. Around us, the crypt turns into the strangest classroom in the Empire. Dead instructors demonstrate. Living failures imitate. Corpses slap wrists. Students curse. Bones crack. Mana bursts across the walls. Every few minutes, another notification flashes before me. Pattern fidelity increased. Efficiency improved. Casting waste reduced. Reaction sequence acquired. The numbers are small. 2%, 4, 7, but they are moving. That matters. After 40 minutes, Hana reproduces the ancient thrust at 12% fidelity. The strike cuts a groove across the practice wall, not S rank, not even close. But yesterday she could not damage reinforced stone at all. Joran learns to anchor mana through his legs before releasing force. His next spell does not explode in his face. He laughs so loudly 3 corpses turn toward him, then one punches him in the stomach. Apparently his instructor dislikes celebrating. I approve. The students keep training. I keep studying the system. That is when I find the second mechanism. Every successful transfer leaves a residue inside my network. Not in the student, in me. Tiny. Almost invisible. I focus on Hana's completed sequence. The system answers instructional success recorded. Teacher authority increased by 1 unit. 1 unit. I look at Milo. His successful compression produces another. Then Joran. Another. My necromantic reserve rises. Barely. But it rises. I test the relationship. 1 student improvement. 1 authority unit. Authority units convert into command capacity. Command capacity lets me activate more scholars. More scholars create more successful transfers. More transfers create more authority. A loop. Not infinite. The mausoleum reserve still limits us. Student compatibility limits us. Corpse degradation limits us. And I have no idea what happens when authority reaches a higher threshold. But the machinery is clear. I do not gain power by killing. I gain power when my students learn. I stare at the system notification. That is almost insulting. 4 years of being the Academy's worst teacher. Now my necromancy literally demands competent instruction. Talk about thematic cruelty. Hana walks over. Sweat runs down her face. What now? Again. I've done it 60 times. Then 60. One should be easy. She gives me a murderous look. The silver-haired corpse slaps her shoulder. Hana turns. Don't start. The corpse points toward the practice circle. She goes back. I check the time. 29 hours until the exam. We need faster progress, which means I need more energy. I walk deeper into the crypt. The system marks several doors. Most are sealed. One is not. Black iron. No plaque. No academic designation. Just a circular depression in the center. I touch it. Nothing. I feed 1 authority unit into the lock. The door opens. Cold air rolls out. Inside sits a single stone pedestal. No corpse, no relic. Only a black glass sphere. The moment I step closer, every active undead scholar stops moving. 97 heads turn toward the room. My students notice. Milo whispers, "Professor?" I do not answer. The sphere is full of something. Not mana. Not exactly. Compressed residue. Soul fragments. Thousands of them. A system alert flashes across my vision: prohibited academic reserve detected, accumulated examination casualties, conversion available. My expression hardens: examination casualties. St. Vera has been storing the souls of dead candidates. Now Voss's fear makes sense. The mausoleum is not merely a cemetery, it is a battery. I approach the sphere. Another notification appears: warning: reserve extraction may trigger institutional detection. There it is. A choice. Stay hidden and train slowly. Or take enough power to make tomorrow possible and announce to whoever built this place that someone has found their secret. I consider it for approximately 3 seconds. Then I place my hand on the sphere. Professor, Hana says behind me, what are you doing? Improving the curriculum. I pull. The sphere cracks. Black light detonates through the chamber. Every corpse jerks upright. Soul energy pours into me so violently my knees nearly buckle. I grit my teeth. The system floods my vision: necromantic reserve increasing, teacher authority increasing, scholar restoration initiated, network capacity expanded. 100, 200, 500. The dormant corpses begin rising. Across the crypt, 1,000 dead scholars open their eyes. At the exact same moment, somewhere above us, an academy alarm begins to scream. I look toward the ceiling. So much for discretion. Then another notification forms. This one is different. Longer. Colder. Hidden examination protocol detected. Candidate survival probability under standard conditions. Catastrophically low. I read the line twice. Then I smile without humor. Tomorrow is not merely an exam. Someone designed it to kill students like mine. Fine. I have 1,000 teachers. They have 29 hours. And now I know exactly what I am training them to survive. The academy alarm does not stop. It changes. One long siren becomes 3 short pulses. Then silence. Then 3 more. I know that pattern. Internal breach. Not evacuation. Containment. That means Vice Chancellor Voss is no longer trying to remove me from the academy. He is trying to make sure I never leave this crypt. I take my hand off the shattered black sphere. The last fragments fall onto the pedestal. Around me, 1,000 dead scholars stand completely still. No groaning. No dramatic rattling. Just 1,000 corpses waiting for instruction. My students look less composed. Milo presses himself against a pillar. Professor. Yes? There are too many. That's usually the point of 1,000. I mean, too many dead people. That is also, usually, the point. Hana walks past him and studies the nearest row. Her fear is still there. She simply hides it better. Useful trait. What did you release? Stored examination casualties. Her head snaps toward me. What? I point at the shattered sphere. The academy harvested residual soul energy from dead candidates. Nobody speaks. Even Joran stops rubbing the bruise left by his undead instructor. Hana's expression changes first. Not fear now. Anger. How many? I don't know. The system notification gives me no total. Just accumulated casualties. That wording bothers me. Accumulated means repeated. Organized. Intentional. I look toward the ceiling. Voss knows about the reserve. He probably knows about the mausoleum. But I still do not know whether he built this system or merely inherited it. No assumptions. Assumptions get people killed, especially teachers with 32 liabilities standing behind them. A heavy impact shakes dust from the ceiling. Then another. Someone is sealing the upper stairwell. I turn to the class. We're moving. Milo blinks. Where? Deeper. That is never reassuring. Correct. I send a command through the network. The 1,000 scholars divide. Not gracefully. Better than before. 300 remain near the central chamber. Another 300 move toward the side corridors. The rest wait for assignments. Every command costs authority. Barely anything now. The shattered reserve changed that. My available necromantic energy is massive compared with an hour ago. Still finite. More importantly, unstable. Black lines crawl under my skin whenever I push too hard. I flex my fingers. No pain. Yet, another problem for later. I choose 40 scholars with the highest structural and inscription resonance. Come. They follow. Then I point toward my students. You too. Joran looks at the army behind us. Do we get weapons? You are surrounded by 1,000 dead experts. So no? No. He sighs. We move through the eastern corridor. The mausoleum is bigger than it first appeared. Much bigger. Classrooms branch from both sides. Real classrooms, rotten desks, collapsed practice cages, broken examination markers. Some walls still carry faded diagrams. I stop at one. A combat circle is drawn around 8 pressure points. Above it, someone carved a sentence into the stone. Efficiency before force. Hana notices. That is the same principle she taught me. She points toward the silver-haired corpse walking beside her. I examine the carving. The letters are old imperial script. At least 2 centuries outdated. Saint Vera teaches the opposite now. Power establishes rank. Output establishes potential. Students with weak mana reserves are filtered out before advanced training. Yet this buried department taught low-cost combat methods specifically designed for weak candidates. Interesting. Very interesting. We reach a large chamber. 32 stone platforms form a semicircle around a central arena. The number is exact. I stop. Hana notices too. 32. Yes. The same number as our class. Coincidence. She looks at me. You don't believe that? No. The system reacts the moment I step into the Arena Legacy Training Hall detected. Adaptive examination preparation system offline. Manual restoration possible. Now we are getting somewhere. I scan the chamber. Most of the runes are dead. 4 activation pillars remain intact. The 40 scholar specialists spread through the room without being told. Some kneel at the walls. Others inspect the floor. One removes its own finger bone and uses it to scrape corrosion from a rune channel. Efficient. Disturbing. I approve. The students gather around me. What is this place? Milo asks. Your classroom. He looks around. Our classroom has windows. That was its first mistake. I point toward the 32 platforms. 1 each. Nobody moves. I stare. They move. Good. The scholars begin repairing the system. Fragments of black light travel across the floor. Symbols ignite one by one. A circular formation appears beneath the arena. The system feeds me partial information. Adaptive trial generation. Mana suppression. Response tracking. Failure recording. I stop at that last phrase. Failure recording. Not punishment. Not elimination. Recording. This facility was designed to let students fail repeatedly. Safely. Modern St. Vera gives candidates 1 major qualification attempt each year. 3 failures destroy most career paths. The buried academy apparently believed failure was training data. Somebody removed that philosophy. I file it away. Professor? Hana is watching me. What? You're doing that thing. What thing? The expression you make when you find something you plan to use against someone. I consider denying it. Waste of effort. Stand on your platform. She does. The final rune activates. A pulse rolls through the chamber. Every student stiffens. Then their mana output drops. Hard. Hana grabs the railing. Joran curses. Milo nearly falls. The system alert appears training suppression active. Candidate output restricted to 30% of baseline. Joran looks horrified. I can barely cast. Perfect. How is that perfect? Because tomorrow someone may decide you can barely cast. He goes quiet. That is the hidden examination protocol. I do not know its exact structure, but the system warned me survival probability is catastrophically low under standard conditions. If the exam targets weak students, then preparing them under normal circumstances is stupid. So I make the circumstances worse. I walk to the central control point. First drill. Milo raises a hand again. Persistent. I point at him. What? Shouldn't we know what the drill is? No. His hand lowers. I activate the first sequence. The room attacks them. Stone panels open. Mana bolts fire from 4 directions. 32 students panic at once. It is spectacularly bad. Hana dodges the first bolt and gets hit by the second. Joran tries to block and blows himself backward. Milo freezes. A training projectile hits him directly in the chest. He drops. The spell is non-lethal, painful, very painful, judging from the sound he makes. The sequence ends in 11 seconds. All 32 students are on the floor. I look around. Excellent. Joran lifts his head. You have a strange definition of excellent. You failed quickly. He stares. That is good? Yes. I step toward the central board. Ancient symbols have recorded everything. Reaction delay. Mana waste. Directional awareness. Casting instability. The system converts the results into compatibility recommendations. Exactly what I need. I point toward Joran. Your problem is not control. He sits up. You've told me for 2 years that my problem is control. I was wrong. He looks almost pleased. Your problem is that you decide what to do before you see what is happening. The pleasure disappears. You commit too early. I summon 3 undead instructors. One specializes in counter combat, one in footwork, one in reinforcement. They surround him. Fix that. The first scholar punches him. Joran blocks. The second sweeps his legs. He falls. The third waits until he stands, then punches him again. Joran looks at me from the floor. I hate your new teaching method. So far, it appears mutual. I move to Hana. Her numbers are different. Low output, high perception, high efficiency, excellent recovery. She does not need more power. She needs a technique that turns accuracy into score. I assign her 6 dead scholars from efficiency disciplines. They immediately begin reducing her movements. Shorter stance, shorter casting arc, smaller mana burst. Every correction looks insignificant. Together, they start changing everything. Then Milo. His data is ugly. Reaction time excellent during unobserved drills. Catastrophic under threat. Not physical, not mana-related. Cognitive lock. I already know normal instructors make him repeat public demonstrations. That clearly failed, so I do the opposite. I send everyone away from his platform, even the undead. He looks confused. Am I finished? No. Then why? The lights around his station go dark. Only one undead scholar remains. The jawless one. A training projectile fires. Milo dodges. Another. He dodges again. A third. He casts compression. Stable. No hesitation. I activate a second corpse behind a screen. Milo does not see it. The corpse watches. His performance remains stable. I activate 5. Still stable. 10. His breathing changes. But he keeps moving. Interesting. The fear is not observation itself. It is knowing he is being observed. I smile. There is a difference. That difference is trainable. For the next 2 hours, I rebuild 32 students one defect at a time. Not their entire skill sets. Only what matters. The dead scholars make this possible. One corpse repeats a defensive pivot 83 times without fatigue. Another demonstrates the same mana knot until Hana can reproduce it with almost no waste. A dead healer shows one girl how to redirect her unstable healing output through bone pressure points. An ancient battle mathematician teaches 2 students how to predict projectile spacing from formation geometry. Nobody explains anything. They demonstrate. The students imitate. The system records. Then we repeat. Again, again, again. Every successful correction increases teacher authority. My command network expands. I begin activating more specialists. 100, 150, 200. I keep the rest dormant when possible. Energy matters. The mausoleum reserve is no longer at 14%. After breaking the soul sphere, it briefly rises beyond 60. Now it is dropping. 58, 56, 53. Too fast. I adjust. Rotate instructors. Deactivate damaged scholars. Use high compatibility matches only. The decline slows. Good. I am not building an army tonight. I am running a school. A deeply illegal school. But still, by the 3rd hour, the first real breakthrough happens. Hana stands in the arena under 30% suppression. 3 projectiles fire. She does not dodge. She steps half a pace left. The first misses. She angles her staff. The second deflects. Then she thrusts once. Tiny motion. Tiny mana expenditure. The third projectile splits apart. The ancient board flashes. Equivalent efficiency score. A. Rank threshold exceeded. Nobody speaks. Hana looks at the board. Then at me. Then back at the board. I passed. 1 category. Her mouth twitches. I point toward the platform. Again. This time she smiles before returning. Dangerous. Confidence. I can use it. Joran follows 20 minutes later. He finally stops attacking the instant a target appears. He waits, reads, then counters. His undead instructors rush him from 3 directions. He lets the first one overextend, steps inside, reinforces only his shoulder. One brutal strike. The corpse flies across the arena. Combat adaptation score. A rank threshold exceeded. Joran stares, then begins laughing. The corpse he hit stands back up, walks over, punches him in the stomach. He collapses. I make a note. Still celebrating too early. Milo takes longer. Of course he does. His problem is harder because numbers do not intimidate him. People do. So I build him a lie. A curtain surrounds his platform. He trains alone. Then I secretly add observers behind it. 1, 5, 20, 50 undead scholars. He never sees them. His performance remains stable. Then I remove the curtain without warning during a successful cast. 50 dead faces are staring at him. His manosphere flickers, almost collapses. He clenches his jaw. The jawless scholar taps his wrist. Once. Same correction as before. Milo looks at it. Breathes. Stabilizes the sphere. The board flashes. Mana control score. A. Rank threshold exceeded. His eyes fill. He looks at me. I point toward the next drill. No time, he laughs, then goes back to work. Good. 1 success becomes 6. 6 becomes 11. By the 5th hour, 20 students have crossed at least 1 A-rank performance threshold. None are S-rank, not even close. But I am starting to see the path. S-rank examinations do not necessarily require S-rank raw power. They require extraordinary performance under specific scoring conditions. If tomorrow's test uses weighted categories, then perfect efficiency can compensate for mediocre output. Exceptional adaptation can compensate for weak spell force. Crisis response can compensate for low rank. The exam is not a wall. It is arithmetic. Arithmetic can be attacked. I begin designing individual score routes. Hana needs efficiency and control. Joran needs combat adaptation and crisis response. Milo needs control and technique accuracy. Others get different combinations. No 2 training schedules are identical. That alone would make half the faculty call this impossible. Faculty like standardized curricula. Standardized curricula are easy to administer. Students are less cooperative. A rumble shakes the chamber. Everyone stops. Not an attack. Something heavy moving above us. I extend my awareness through the undead network. 300 scholars stationed near the upper mausoleum entrance react. Movement detected. Multiple signatures. Academy security. More than before. I close my eyes. The undead cannot show me images. Only pressure. Position. Contact. Still enough. 30. No. 42 people. 2 heavy suppression devices. And 1 mana signature strong enough to disturb the entire network. Voss. He finally came back. Hana walks toward me. What is it? Faculty meeting. Her grip tightens around her staff. Should we fight? No. Joran looks disappointed. I continue. You should train. He looks less disappointed, more offended. I thought you said they're coming. They are. And we're staying here? Yes. Professor, there are 40 people upstairs. 42. That doesn't improve anything. It improves accuracy. I send commands through the network. 300 undead scholars reposition. Not to attack, to work. They drag broken examination desks into the corridor. Stack training dummies, move cracked mana crystals. Arrange old uniforms. Hana watches the dead begin reorganizing the mausoleum. What are they doing? Preparing a classroom. For who? I look toward the ceiling. For Voss. She stares at me, then slowly understands. The Academy thinks I found a necromantic army. That is dangerous. An army invites overwhelming force. But if they find something else? A hidden illegal training operation. A limited number of active corpses. A desperate teacher trying to cheat tomorrow's exam. That is humiliating, plausible, and far less threatening. I cannot hide 1,000 bodies, so I hide what they are capable of. I deactivate 700 immediately. They collapse into organized burial rows. Another 200 move into side chambers. Only 97 remain active. The same number Voss could reasonably believe I first discovered. I have the scholars scatter practice materials everywhere. Then I deliberately damage 3 runes. The room's efficiency drops. Painful. Necessary. Hana looks at me. You're making this place look worse. Yes. Why? Because powerful people are most comfortable when they think they've understood. Your mistake. The entrance doors above explode. The undead network registers combat. I let the first defense line fall. No resistance. Second line. Same. Voss advances. Exactly as expected. I send one final command. Every student takes position. Continue training. Milo looks horrified. Now? Yes. They're coming to arrest you. Then try not to fail in front of them. That works better than encouragement. 32 students immediately focus. I walk toward the main corridor alone. The first enforcer appears through the dust. Then 6 more, weapons raised. Behind them walks Voss. He sees me. He sees the 97 active corpses. He sees the broken training hall. He sees 32 failures repeating basic drills. And then he smiles. There it is. Relief. He thinks he understands. Corvin. Vice-Chancellor. You broke into a sealed burial site, raised forbidden corpses, and endangered students. I tilt my head. Technically, the floor broke first. His smile hardens. Behind him, 2 enforcers carry massive silver pylons, soul suppression devices, expensive ones. He came prepared for necromancy. Good. I wanted to see what he brought. Voss looks past me. Hana executes another efficiency thrust. The board flashes. He notices the score. His eyes narrow, only for a fraction of a second. Then he looks at Joran. Then Milo. He understands something is changing. Not how much. Not yet. You actually believe you can train them for tomorrow. I am a teacher. You are a failure. That sentence lands differently now. My students hear it. Several stop moving. I do not turn around. Good. I need them to remember his exact words. Voss takes another step. You were assigned Classroom 7 because no competent instructor wanted them. Every student behind you is academically worthless. Silence. There. Another sentence worth keeping. Hana's staff tightens in her hand. Joran's expression goes flat. Milo looks down. I memorize every word. Not because it hurts. Because words become useful later. Voss raises one hand. The suppression pylons activate. Silver light floods the corridor. My undead scholars collapse. All 97. My students gasp. Voss smiles fully now. Did you really think a few corpses would change your position? I look at the fallen scholars. Then at the pylons. Interesting. They suppress active necromantic links. Not residual imprints. The techniques already transferred into my students remain intact. That is excellent information. Voss mistakes my silence for defeat. Naturally. He walks closer. Tomorrow the Imperial Examination Board will conduct the qualification as scheduled. Hana looks up sharply. You said we were disqualified. Voss turns toward her. I reconsidered. I almost laugh. Of course he did. If the hidden examination is lethal, he wants them inside it. Now I understand why he came. Not to stop us. To make sure we attend. Voss looks back at me. All 32 candidates will participate. His smile is thin. And you will personally supervise them. There it is. A trap disguised as permission. I lower my eyes slightly. Not submission. Calculation. He believes the suppression pylons neutralize my advantage. He believes the students are still weak. He believes tomorrow's exam will solve his problem permanently. Perfect. I let him keep every belief. Understood. Hana looks at me like I have lost my mind. Voss seems almost disappointed by how easily I agree. Then he gestures toward the enforcers. Seal the crypt after they leave. I lift one finger. No. The corridor goes still. Voss turns. I point toward the students. They have not finished tonight's lesson. His expression becomes incredulous. You are in no position to negotiate. I am not negotiating. Joran quietly steps back onto his platform. Then Hana. Then Milo. One by one, the others follow. Voss watches 32 supposed failures return to training positions without being told twice. That bothers him. Good. I look directly at him. The examination begins tomorrow morning. A pause. Until then, they are still my class. For several seconds, nobody moves. Then Voss laughs. Not loudly, worse. You truly are hopeless dressed. He turns away. Train them all night if you want. He stops at the corridor entrance. By tomorrow afternoon, none of it will matter. He leaves. The enforcers follow. The suppression pylons remain. I wait until their footsteps disappear. Then Joran speaks. So we're trapped with devices that turn off your corpses. Yes. And the exam is apparently trying to kill us. Yes. And Voss? Knows. Probably. Milo swallows. That's bad. I walk to the nearest silver pylon, touch it, study the flow, then smile. Not entirely. Hana notices immediately. What? I trace one rune engraved along the base. The design is modern, strong, precise, and very familiar, because the dead scholar from the first classroom erased a simpler version of the same suppression architecture with one sweep of his hand. I call the jawless scholar mentally. Nothing happens. Suppression. Expected. So I do not summon him. Instead, I recall what he taught Milo. 5-step compression. No necromantic link required. Knowledge already transferred. I look at Milo. Page 80. 7. He blinks. Then understands. He raises his hand. Compresses mana using the dead scholar's ancient 5-step method. I point toward the pylon's third inscription ring. Hit that. His spell fires. The rune cracks. The suppression field flickers. For half a second, 97 dead scholars twitch. Enough. I feel the network. I grin. Voss did not leave us a prison. He left us a practice target. I turn toward the class. New lesson. 32 exhausted students stare at me. I point at the suppression pylons. Tomorrow's exam may restrict your mana, disable external support, alter your casting conditions, and try to force you into failure. I walk back toward the arena. So tonight, we train under all of it. Hana smiles first. Joran cracks his neck. Milo raises another stable sphere. Behind them, one dead scholar slowly pushes itself upright as the damaged suppression field sputters. Then another, then 10. I activate the training hall at maximum difficulty. The walls open, projectiles load. Mana suppression intensifies. Every student takes position. Above us, Voss believes he has finally contained my necromancy. Below him, I begin teaching 32 failures how to function when everything they rely on is taken away. And before dawn, I intend to give him the most convincing, hopeless class he has ever seen. Dawn arrives with half my class unconscious. That is the good news. The bad news is that the other half are still asking for another drill. I stand in the center of the ruined training chamber while mana smoke hangs beneath the ceiling. 32 platforms are cracked. Both suppression pylons are damaged. 7 practice walls have holes in them. Joran is asleep sitting upright. Milo is using the jawless scholar's shoulder as a pillow. The corpse does not seem bothered. Hana is still practicing. Of course she is. Her staff moves, half step. Turn. Thrust. The movement is brutally small. A needle of compressed mana crosses the arena and punches through 3 suspended targets. The ancient board flashes. Efficiency score, S. Rank threshold reached. Hana freezes. So does everyone awake enough to read. She looks at the board. Then at me. I check her mana consumption. 21%. Yesterday, the same amount of damage would have emptied her entire reserve. Again, I say. Her smile disappears. Good. She performs it again. S rank. Again. S rank. Again. The 4th attempt drops to A rank. Her shoulders sag. I point at the result. That is why we repeat. She exhales through her nose. I knew you were going to say that. Then your prediction score is improving too. Behind me, a system notification appears. High-tier instructional success recorded. Teacher authority threshold reached. Necromantic faculty function unlocked. Lesson field. I stop. That is new. I focus on the words. Information unfolds. Lesson field does not strengthen my undead directly. It designates an area as instructional territory. Inside it, techniques demonstrated by one registered scholar can be echoed through the entire necromantic network. One demonstration, multiple receivers. I read it again. Then a third time. That changes everything. Until now, every corpse teaches individually. One instructor, one student, one technique. Lesson field turns the mausoleum into a network. If one scholar demonstrates a movement, compatible undead can reproduce fragments of that movement elsewhere. Not perfectly. The system estimates severe fidelity loss over distance. But the principle is ridiculous. 1,000 dead scholars no longer need to be 1,000 separate teachers. They can become one faculty. I test it immediately. I select the silver-haired efficiency scholar. She demonstrates Hana's 5-step thrust. Then I activate lesson field. Black lines spread beneath my feet. Across the chamber, 14 undead scholars jerk. Their arms rise. 14 copies of the same thrust fire almost simultaneously. Most are ugly. 3 collapse halfway through. 1 corpse dislocates its shoulder. But 2 reproduce the technique at more than 50% fidelity. I stare. There it is, a skill worth remembering. Not useful enough yet. Too unstable, too expensive. The authority drain is savage. But if I expand it? If I connect hundreds? If I use it in combat instead of instruction? I shut the field down before the thought goes too far. Later, Chekhov would be pleased. I am not. I have an exam to survive. The academy bells ring above us. 7 times. Qualification hour. The class goes silent. Even Joran wakes. I deactivate most of the scholars. 900 corpses settle into darkness. 99 remain standing. The jawless scholar stays beside Milo. The silver-haired scholar stays beside Hana. A broad corpse with a shattered bronze breastplate stands near Joran. That one has spent the entire night beating timing into him. Joran calls him Master Fist. The corpse has never acknowledged the name. I have not encouraged it. Much? We climb toward the academy. At the top of the stairs, the doors are open. Voss is waiting. So are 6 Imperial examination officials. Black coats. Gold seals. No academy uniforms. That matters. St. Vera can falsify internal records. It cannot easily falsify Imperial certification. Voss has brought witnesses. Interesting choice. One examiner steps forward. A severe woman with cropped gray hair. Professor dressed. I recognize her from faculty records. Examiner, General Celine Marr. One of the few officials Voss cannot casually control. Examiner. Her eyes move toward my students, then toward the undead behind us. She does not flinch. Professional. Necromantic assistance during examination is prohibited. I assumed so. All summoned entities remain outside the testing grounds. Understood. Milo looks at the jawless scholar. The corpse looks back. At least I think it does. No jaw makes emotional interpretation difficult. Celine continues. Candidates will enter individually. I stop. Individually? Voss smiles behind her. There it is. Last night's training prepared them for a team qualification. The standard S-rank route uses squad assessment. Individual testing is permitted only under emergency protocols. I look at Celine. Reason? Contamination concerns. Voss answers before she can. Your necromancy compromised the normal test environment. Convenient. Hana glances at me. Timeline changed. Not a reincarnation issue. Still relevant. I expected one structure. They changed it. Fine. Recalculate. I look at the students. Individual routes. Joran's face tightens. We didn't train for that. Yes, we did. He frowns. I point at his chest. You trained your decisions. Then Hana. You trained efficiency. Then Milo. You trained stability. I sweep my gaze across all 32. The room changed. A pause. You didn't. That settles them. Celine studies me. Voss looks irritated. Excellent. The first 20 candidates complete written and control assessments without incident. Scores climb. B rank. A rank. Several touch S rank thresholds in individual categories. Whispers spread through the observation hall. Voss stops smiling. By the time Hana enters, the room is completely silent. She stands inside a circular arena. No corpse. No staff from the mausoleum. Only the standard examination rod. Celine activates the first sequence. Mana suppression. Hana drops to 30% output. Exactly what we trained. Voss notices my lack of reaction. His eyes narrow. The second sequence begins. Targets appear. Hana does not overpower them. She barely moves. Half step. Turn. Thrust. 1, 2, 3. Every strike costs almost nothing. Efficiency score rises. A, plus. Then S. A murmur runs through the examiners. Voss's jaw tightens. The final target activates. Reinforced. Designed for high-output candidates. Hana cannot break it normally. She knows that. I know that. She does not attack. Good. She waits. The target rotates. Its defensive mana seam opens for less than half a second. Hana thrusts exactly once. The target splits. S-rank technique efficiency confirmed. For the first time in 4 years, Saint Vera applauds one of my students. Hana walks out. She passes me without smiling. Again? I almost approve too visibly. Later. Her smile appears anyway. Joran enters next. His route is worse. Combat adaptation. 5 armored constructs. He has less mana than 4 of them individually. Perfect. The first construct attacks. Joran does not rush. Good. Second attack. He moves. Third. He waits. He gets hit. Hard. His body crosses the arena and slams into the wall. Voss laughs softly. Stage 1. Receive the hit. Joran gets up, blood on his lip. The constructs surround him. He does not attack. Stage 2. Read them. I see his eyes moving. Left construct favors overhead pressure. Right construct pauses after thrusting. Rear construct synchronizes with the central one. The old Joran would already be swinging. This one waits. The central construct lunges. Joran steps inside. Stage 3. Ignition. Reinforcement runs only through his shoulder and elbow. 1 concentrated strike. The central construct folds. He turns the collapsing body into cover. Second strike. Right construct loses an arm. Third. Rear construct's leg breaks. His bronze-breasted dead instructor taught him every movement. But Joran owns them now. No corpse required. The final construct charges. Joran takes the hit deliberately, grabs its arm, turns, and slams it through the floor. Combat adaptation score. S-rank threshold exceeded. He lifts both fists. Then remembers what happens when he celebrates. He lowers them immediately. I allow myself half a smile. Training works. Milo enters 20 minutes later. That is where things go wrong. His control assessment begins normally. Compression sphere. Stable. Rotation. Stable. Multi-layer construction. Stable. Then the observation shutters open. Not 5 examiners. Not 20. Hundreds of students are watching from the upper galleries. Milo freezes. I stand. That is not standard procedure. Celine turns toward Voss. What is this? Voss spreads his hands. Public transparency. Liar. Milo's manosphere shakes. His breathing accelerates. The exam construct activates anyway. Too early. Celine reaches for the control panel. It does not respond. That is when I know. This is no longer an examination. A second construct rises. Then a third. Emergency barriers slam down around the arena. Students in the gallery scream. Voss steps backward. Too fast. He expected this. Inside the arena, Milo is alone. 3 combat constructs advance. His manosphere collapses. Stage 1 arrives whether I want it or not. The first construct hits him. He rolls across the floor. The second fires. Milo barely raises a barrier. It shatters. He falls again. The hall erupts. Celine shouts for technicians. Nothing responds. I stare at the constructs. Not standard examination units. Their attack rhythm is lethal. The hidden protocol. Here it is. Candidates like Milo are not meant to fail. They are meant to die. The third construct raises a blade. Milo looks toward me. Hundreds of eyes are on him. Exactly the thing he fears. I cannot send the jawless scholar inside. Necromancy barriers block the arena. I cannot speak privately. So I do the only thing left. I tap my own wrist. Once, Milo sees it. His eyes widen. The jawless scholar's correction. The same gesture repeated hundreds of times underground. Milo closes his eyes. The construct charges. He breathes, then opens them. Stage 2. Read. The first construct strikes every 4 seconds. The second fires after the first commits. The third waits for evasive movement. Milo sees it. I know he sees it because his shoulders stop shaking. The first construct lunges. Milo does not dodge. He compresses. 5 steps. Ancient sequence. Minimal motion. Stage 3. Ignition. A sphere forms between his palms. Not large, dense. Absurdly dense. The first construct's weapon touches it. The compressed mana detonates sideways. Its arm tears off. The blast forces the second construct's projectile off course. It hits the third. Milo moves. 1 step. 2. His control is clean. The audience is still watching. He knows. He keeps casting anyway. The second construct turns. Milo compresses again. Faster. 3 layers. Release. Its chest collapses. The final construct charges through the smoke. Milo's mana is nearly gone. He cannot repeat the technique. He knows that too. So he does something I never taught him. He throws the broken first sphere fragment into the construct's path. Residual mana attracts the machine's targeting rune. The construct shifts. Barely. Enough. Milo steps aside. The construct crashes into the examination barrier. Its own blade pierces the control core. Silence. Then the board flashes. Crisis response. S. Rank. Mana control. S. Rank. Combat adaptation. A. Rank. Milo stares at the result, then looks toward me. I tap my wrist again. He laughs. The barriers suddenly fail. Not open. Fail. Every rune in the arena turns black. I feel necromantic energy. Someone injected soul residue into the examination system. Voss is already moving toward the exit. There. Confirmation. Celine sees him too. Vice-Chancellor. He stops. Too late. The floor beneath the arena cracks. Something climbs out. Not a construct. A corpse. Then another. Students scream again. These are not mine. Black metal collars are fused into their necks. Dead candidates. Recent ones. Their soul signatures match the residue inside the shattered sphere underground. I understand immediately. The hidden examination kills weak candidates. The system harvests them. Their bodies become test assets. Their souls become power, efficient, monstrous. And someone just activated them to erase the evidence. 5 corpses attack Milo. I move. The barrier rejects me. Voss smiles. Very slightly. Wrong choice. I cannot enter. But one thing inside belongs to my class. Milo. And Milo is carrying something else. All night, the jawless scholar repeatedly corrected his casting through physical contact. Residual instructional still clings to his mana. Thin. Almost nothing. Enough for lesson field. I activate it. Pain tears through my skull. The arena is outside my designated territory. Authority burns brutally fast. Black lines crawl from my feet, across the floor, into the barrier. For half a second, the system resists. Then the connection catches. Lesson field established at minimal fidelity. I choose the jawless scholar. He stands beside me, raises 2 fingers, rotates his wrist. 5-step compression. Inside the arena, Milo mirrors him. But he is not the only one. The dead candidates twitch. Their bodies contain academic imprints too. The field touches them. 1, 2, 5. They hesitate. Voss's expression changes. Good. The hostile corpses are not mine. Not yet, but they are scholars. And lesson field recognizes scholars. I push harder. Their collars crack. Soul commands clash. My vision turns black at the edges. Then one dead candidate turns away from Milo. Another follows. The third. The fourth. The fifth resists. It lunges. Milo has no mana left. I command the jawless scholar. He moves. Not into the arena. Toward the barrier. 1 step, then another. He raises his hand. The barrier flashes silver. His fingers begin burning. He keeps walking. The jawless scholar has spent the entire night teaching Milo without a single word. Now he teaches the rest of us something simpler. Barriers break. He drives his hand through the silver field. Bones crack. Necromantic fire runs up his arm. Then he grabs the barrier rune physically and tears it from the frame. The entire wall collapses. There is the finishing blow. Not elegant, not magical, perfect. I step through. The last hostile corpse turns toward me. I place one hand on its collar. Class dismissed. I rip the control seal free. The corpse drops. Then black soul energy erupts from all 5 bodies. Stage 4. Absorb. The system floods my vision. 5 hostile scholar souls liberated. Necromantic authority increased. Damaged scholar restoration available. Elite instructional imprint detected. The energy does not disappear into me. I redirect it. Jawless first. His burned arm reforms. Bone grows. Dark tissue wraps around it. Then his missing jaw begins rebuilding. Not flesh, black bone. Dense. Runes appear along it. The system identifies the changed scholar unit elevated. Elite instructor status achieved. Specialization expanded. Mana compression and examination survival. Milo stares. The jawless scholar opens his new black bone jaw. For the first time, he can make a sound. One dry click. Milo grins. Master? The scholar immediately taps his wrist. Milo's grin disappears. Right. Again. I almost laugh. Around us, the other 4 liberated corpses rise. No collars, no hostile commands. They kneel. 4 new scholar units. The examiners stare. The students stare. Voss does not. He is watching the exit. Celine steps between him and the door. Vice-Chancellor. Her voice is colder now. Explain why dead Imperial candidates were hidden beneath an active examination arena. Voss says nothing. I look at the 5 corpses, then at the hidden control runes, then at my students. The trap has shown itself earlier than Voss intended. That is useful, but not enough. He is still protected by the Academy, still protected by procedure, still convinced he can bury this, so I do not accuse him. Not yet. I call the undead scholars back. The newly evolved instructor stands beside Milo. Hana and Joran join us. 32 students gather behind me. Celine looks at the examination board, then at their scores. 23 candidates have already met at least one S-rank performance threshold. Voss finally speaks. That proves nothing. I look at him. He used those exact words last night. Every student behind me hears them. Excellent. I turn toward Celine. The examination is not finished. She studies me. No. Then she looks at the cracked arena. It is not. I face my class. 23 partial S-rank results. 9 still waiting. 1 hidden murder system exposed. And less than half the day remaining. Not ideal. I have worked with worse. Behind Voss, the Imperial examination gates begin opening for the next stage. Whatever he planned inside those gates is almost certainly worse than this. Good. My students have finally learned how to survive the first lesson. Now I get to see whether St. Vera survives the second. By noon, everyone in St. Vera knows about Classroom 7. Not the truth. That would be too convenient. They know the version spreading through the examination halls. Professor Corvindrest somehow coached a class of failures into producing S-rank category scores. Several candidates survived a malfunction inside the examination arena. 5 dead examinees appeared. The Academy has not decided which answer is less embarrassing. I walk through the Eastern Qualification Wing with 32 students behind me. People move out of our way. That is new. Yesterday, faculty members barely remembered my name. Students from elite classes used to look through Classroom 7 as if weak mana were contagious. Now conversations stop when we pass. I hear pieces anyway. That's them. 23 S-rank thresholds. No chance. I heard the teacher uses corpses. I heard the students were possessed. I heard Dress threaten the examiners. That last one almost improves my reputation. Hana walks beside me. You hear them? Yes. You're not bothered? By inaccurate rumors? Yes. I am a teacher who commands corpses. I glance toward her. Accuracy stopped being an option hours ago. She almost laughs. Almost. Behind us, Joran is enjoying the attention far too much. He deliberately cracks his knuckles whenever another class stares. I turn. Stop that. What? You look ridiculous. They're scared. They're 17. So congratulations. He lowers his hands. Milo walks near the center of the group. He is quieter. The newly evolved jawless scholar cannot follow us inside the official examination wing. None of my undead can. Imperial rules now have 3 separate officials checking the entrance. Apparently one barrier being torn apart by a corpse made an impression. Milo keeps touching his wrist anyway. The correction has become habit. Good. Habits survive when teachers cannot. That is the point. We reach the next testing hall. A massive bronze gate seals the entrance. Above it hangs the Imperial crest. No audience galleries this time. No Academy observers either. Only candidates. Celine Marr stands beside the gate. Voss is nowhere in sight. That bothers me. Celine reads from a black examination slate. Stage 2. Integrated qualification. The students straighten. The remaining candidates will enter in groups determined by Imperial assessment. Joran whispers. So we're back to teams. Maybe. Celine continues. Each candidate receives no prior information regarding terrain, threat classification, or objective sequence. Normal. I expected that. Then she says the part that matters. External instructor intervention is prohibited after entry. Also normal. Failure to complete the route within 90 minutes results in automatic disqualification. Still normal. Emergency withdrawal remains available. I watch her face. She emphasizes those words. Emergency withdrawal. That is not for the students. That is for me. She knows what happened in the first arena. She is warning me that this test has an escape mechanism. Good. Now I need to know whether the mechanism actually works. The bronze gate lights up. Names appear. Group 1. 4 elite candidates from Class 1. Group 2. 3 candidates from Class 3. Then Group 3. Haina Myril. Joran Pell. Milo Fenn. Tessa Vane. I recognize the 4th. Tessa is one of mine. E rank overall. Terrible offensive score. Excellent barrière instinct. She failed last year's practical because she spent the entire examination protecting another candidate instead of accumulating personal points. The faculty called it poor prioritization. I called it useful. She looks at me. So what's the plan? You enter. Yes. You observe. Yes. You avoid dying. She waits. That is the plan? No. I point toward Hana. She controls resource use. Then Joran. He handles direct pressure. Then Milo. Pattern recognition. Then Tessa. You decide when survival matters more than score. She nods slowly. Joran looks offended. What do you mean she decides? I mean if she says retreat, you retreat. Why her? Because you would fight a collapsing building. He considers that. Depends on the building. Exactly. The gate opens. Cold air rolls out. Inside is darkness. The 4 students enter. The gate closes. A projection appears above the testing slate. No sound, only visual tracking. The terrain forms. Ruined urban district. Collapsed towers. Narrow streets. Mana fog. I immediately dislike it. Too many blind corners. Too many vertical attack paths. Too many ways to split a team. Celine watches the projection beside me. You seem concerned. I am always concerned. That is not how people describe you. People confuse expression with internal activity. One corner of her mouth moves. Barely. Then the first enemy appears. 3 spectral hounds. Low B rank. Reasonable. Hana signals. Joran does not charge. Excellent. Tessa establishes a narrow barrier lane. Milo watches the hound's movement. 1 circles left. 2 pressure center. Classic pack behavior. Milo points. Joran moves before the first collision. 1 shoulder. 1 strike. The leading hound breaks apart. Hana uses almost no mana. A compressed thrust clips the second through its core. Tessa blocks the third. Milo catches its movement timing and shouts something the projection cannot transmit. Joran turns. Second hit. Done. 20 seconds. Clean. Several examiners start writing. I do not react. This is too easy. The group continues. Second encounter. 6 constructs. Third, trap corridor. 4th, mana drain zone. Every obstacle is designed to punish standard candidates. My students perform better than they should. Not because they are stronger. Because last night I trained them under worse conditions. Mana restriction? Expected. Poor visibility? Expected. Multiple attack vectors? Expected. Equipment failure? Expected. By minute 20, Hana has spent less than a quarter of her reserve. Joran has taken 2 hits. Tessa's barrier integrity remains above 70%. Milo's reactions are stable. An examiner near Celine murmurs. Classroom 7? Another answers. Apparently, good. Let them talk. Rumors are useful when they hide the actual mechanism. Nobody here knows 1,000 dead instructors spent the night correcting those 4 until failure became routine. To the outside world, this looks like sudden talent. Talent is comfortable. Systems are threatening. At minute 27, the route changes. I notice before anyone speaks. The streets shift. A wall rises behind the team. Another drops ahead. The projected map redraws itself. Celine frowns. Adaptive route. Standard? Yes. Her answer comes too slowly. Not standard, then. A new objective appears. Rescue 3 civilian constructs. The students see it. Tessa immediately changes formation. Good. Then 5 red signatures appear around the civilians. A-rank threats. Joran stops. Even better, old Joran would already be attacking. Milo studies the formation. Hana checks her mana. Tessa watches the civilians. They are doing exactly what I need. Thinking. Then another red signature appears. Larger. S-rank classification. The examination hall goes quiet. Celine steps toward the control slate. That should not be there. There it is. Again, I look at the emergency withdrawal indicator. Green. Active. For now, inside the route, the S-rank creature crawls over a ruined wall. Humanoid. 4 arms. Armor made from fused examination plates. No face. A crystal core pulses inside its chest. I recognize the design. Not the creature, the principle. The same kind of soul-binding architecture used on the dead candidates. This thing was built from exam materials. Maybe more than materials. Hana sees it too. Her posture changes. She cannot know what I know, but she knows enough. The creature attacks. Stage 1. Receive. Its first strike hits Tessa's barrier. The entire shield folds inward. Tessa flies backward. Barrier integrity drops below 30% instantly. Joran catches her before she hits the wall. Good. The creature turns. Second arm. Hana dodges. Third. Milo barely moves in time. Fourth. The impact destroys half the street. This is not an examination threat. This is execution equipment. Celine slams her hand against the withdrawal control. Nothing happens. Indicator still green. No response. She tries again. Technical team. Nobody answers. I look at the side entrance. 2 Imperial technicians are already running toward the control room. Good. At least not everyone here belongs to Voss. Inside the route, my students regroup. Tessa is conscious. Barely. She says something. Joran argues. I cannot hear them. Then Tessa points backward. Retreat. Joran hesitates. For 1 second. Then obeys. Excellent. They withdraw through the nearest alley. The creature follows. Too fast. Hana fires 3 low-cost thrusts. Not to damage it. To test. First hits shoulder plate. No effect. Second strikes leg joint. Minimal. Third hits near the chest core. The creature flinches. Stage 2. Read. Milo notices. He starts tracing something in the air. Attack rhythm. Core exposure. Probably both. Tessa rebuilds a smaller barrier. Joran watches instead of rushing. This is the exact moment I trained for. 4 weak students. 1 impossible opponent. No undead. No instructor. No guaranteed escape. Perfect conditions for finding out whether I taught them anything real. The creature charges. Joran moves first, not forward. Sideways. He kicks a broken support beam. The structure collapses into the creature's path. It smashes through. Slows for half a second. Hana fires into the core seam. The creature recoils. Milo points. Joran sees it. 2 attacks. Pause. 4 attacks. Pause. The rhythm repeats. He waits. The first arm swings. Second, third, fourth. Pause. Joran enters. Shoulder reinforcement. 1 strike into the exposed lower joint. The creature loses balance. Not enough, but enough for Tessa. Her barrier does not protect them. It appears under the creature's foot. A horizontal shield. It slips, falls. I almost smile. That is not a standard barrier application. One of the dead defensive scholars taught her to treat shields as surfaces, not walls. She remembered. The creature crashes onto one knee. Its core opens. Hannah thrusts. Full efficiency. Minimal waste. The hit penetrates. Crack. Not destroyed. Damaged. The creature roars. Then the environment changes again. Mana suppression doubles. Hannah drops to one knee. Milo's spell collapses. Tessa's shield vanishes. Joran's reinforcement dies. The examiners erupt. Celine looks at me. That setting is prohibited. I believe her. That is the problem. Someone is manipulating the test live. I scan the room. Voss is still absent, too obvious. Which means he either has remote access or someone else is working for him. No time. Inside, the creature rises. My students have almost no mana. Stage 1 again. The monster attacks. Joran takes the blow across both arms. Bone breaks. I can tell from the angle. He still stays standing. Idiot. Useful idiot. Milo pulls him backward. Hannah has maybe one technique left. Tessa none. The core is cracked, but closed. They need it exposed. I know what Joran should do. I know what Hannah should do. I know exactly how to sequence the attack. And none of that matters. I cannot tell them. That is the part teachers hate admitting. Eventually, students reach a room you cannot enter. Inside the projection, Milo suddenly looks toward Joran, then taps his own wrist. Once. Joran stares. Milo points toward the creature, then holds up 4 fingers. Attack rhythm. Joran understands. Hannah sees it too. Tessa crawls toward a broken metal panel. The creature charges. First arm. Joran steps back. Second. Hannah shifts left. Third. Milo throws a loose stone. The creature turns. Fourth. Tessa shoves the metal panel beneath its leading foot. Pause. Joran charges with no reinforcement at all. Terrible idea. Unless he does not attack the creature. He grabs its lower arm. Uses its own momentum. Turns. The creature rotates half a step. Its chest core faces Hannah. There. She has almost no mana, so she does not use a full spell. 5-step compression. The technique Milo learned. Not hers. She watched him practice it all night. Instructional crossover. Tiny sphere. Dense. She presses it directly into the cracked core. Release. The explosion is small, brutal, internal. The creature freezes. Its 4 arms drop. Then the chest caves inward. S-rank threat neutralized. For 3 seconds, the examination hall is silent. Then every board lights up at once. Combat adaptation. S-rank. Crisis response, S-rank. Technique efficiency, S-rank. Team survival modifier, exceptional. Tessa collapses. Joran sits down beside the corpse. Milo laughs like a man who has forgotten how afraid he was. Hannah simply stares at the dead creature. Then she turns toward the nearest monitoring crystal. Toward us. She cannot see me. Probably. Still. She raises one finger. Again? I laugh once. Celine hears it. So the rumors are true. Which ones? That you are enjoying this. No. I look at the projection. I'm enjoying being correct. The bronze gate opens 12 minutes later. My 4 students emerge. Medics immediately surround them. Joran's left arm is fractured. Tessa has mana shock. Milo is bleeding from the forehead. Hannah can barely stand. They look terrible. They also passed. Not fully. The examination has more stages. But everyone in the hall knows what those scores mean. A group of elite candidates near the opposite wall watches them in silence. One of those students used to call Joran furnace trash. Now he moves aside to let him pass. Small shift, but real, Joran notices. Naturally. He tries to grin. I point at his broken arm. Celebrate later. He sighs. Yes, Professor. Milo walks toward me. We used Hannah's compression. I saw. She copied mine. I also saw. I thought you said individual score routes. I did. That wasn't individual. No. He waits. I look at him. Turns out students occasionally learn from each other. He smiles. Is that allowed? Don't get used to it. Behind us, whispers spread through the hall again. Different this time. Not mockery, not disbelief. Questions. How did Classroom 7 improve? What training did they use? Why are their weak candidates outperforming higher-ranked students? Who is Corvin Dressed? I hear my name more in 10 minutes than I have in 4 years. That is dangerous. Attention creates scrutiny. Scrutiny creates questions. Questions eventually reach Crips. I need the academy focused somewhere else. Conveniently, Voss gives me exactly what I need. He enters the hall surrounded by faculty members. Late, perfectly composed, as if no prohibited S-rank threat almost killed 4 students. He looks at the destroyed projection feed, then at the scores. His expression does not change, but his right hand tightens once. Tiny. Enough. One faculty instructor approaches him. Vice Chancellor, Classroom 7 has produced 7 confirmed S-rank category results across only 4 candidates in this stage. Voss glances at me. Temporary anomalies. The instructor looks uncertain. Another speaks. Their efficiency scores are reproducible. Voss's voice sharpens. Then study the data. Interesting. He is not dismissing the results anymore. He is containing the explanation. That means rumors are already becoming a problem. Good, I can use that. Celine walks directly toward him. The integrated route was illegally modified. Voss looks surprised, convincingly. Almost. Modified? An unauthorized S-rank threat appeared. That is serious. It is. I'll order an investigation. She stares at him. He smiles politely. No accusation, no proof. Not yet. Then Voss looks toward my class. Congratulations, Professor Dressed. That sounds worse than an insult. I nod. Vice Chancellor. He steps closer. His voice drops. Enjoy the attention. I say nothing. He continues. People are asking how failures became competent overnight. There. Threat identified. He knows scrutiny may expose the crypt. I tilt my head. They trained. Of course. His smile returns. And when they ask where, I look past him, at dozens of faculty members listening from a distance, at elite students whispering, at examiners recording scores. Then I deliberately answer loudly enough for the room to hear. Classroom 7. Voss's smile falters. I continue. Same curriculum building. A few instructors turn toward each other. Same academy resources. More attention. Same student St. Vera has been calling hopeless for years. Silence spreads. Voss understands too late. If he attacks my method now, he admits the academy failed. If he claims I used ordinary resources, then every weak student can ask why their instructors never produced the same results. If he reveals the crypt, he exposes the buried program. That is the bait, not a lie. Better, a carefully incomplete truth. I look at the surrounding faculty. They were never incapable of learning. Then at Voss. They were being taught to fail. The room erupts. Questions. Arguments. Students talking. Faculty defending themselves. Examiners demanding records. Voss raises his voice, trying to restore order. Good luck. By the time the hall settles, the rumor has already escaped. Classroom 7 was not hopeless. The system was wrong, and Vice Chancellor Voss's own examination just proved it. He wanted attention on my necromancy. Instead, I give the academy a scandal about teaching. Much safer, much louder, and infinitely harder to suppress. Voss stares at me across the hall. Now he understands that tomorrow's problem is no longer one bad teacher. It is every student wondering whether their rank was ever real. I keep my expression neutral. Under the academy, 900 dormant scholars wait in darkness. Up here, 32 living students are becoming evidence. My external position has changed, only slightly. Yesterday, I was the worst teacher at St. Vera. Today, people are starting to wonder whether I might be the only one who understood the assignment. That is not reputation. Not yet. It is something better. Doubt. And once an institution begins doubting its own judgment, all I need to do is keep teaching. The first student knocks on Classroom 7's door before sunrise. That would not be unusual. Students occasionally arrive early when they are terrified. The problem is that she is not one of mine. I open the door. A girl in Class 2 uniform stands outside with 3 practice manuals clutched against her chest. B rank mana capacity, good posture. Expensive focus ring. Exactly the kind of student Saint Vera usually points at while explaining why Classroom 7 is embarrassing. She bows. Professor dressed. I wait. She swallows. Can you teach me? Behind her, 6 more students are standing in the corridor. Then I notice another group near the stairs. And another. Wonderful. Apparently doubt reproduces faster than undead. I lean against the doorframe. Which class? Second combat theory. Rank? B. Problem? Her face tightens. I keep failing adaptive casting. Specific. Good. Your instructor? She hesitates. Master Renfall. I know him. Competent. Traditional. Absolutely convinced that mana output solves most educational problems. I step aside. Come in. Her eyes widen. So you'll teach me? No. She freezes. I point toward the blackboard. I'll determine whether you're worth teaching. That removes the gratitude from her face. Better. Students perform more honestly when they are irritated. She enters. The others immediately follow. I hold up one hand. No. They stop. One at a time. A boy near the back protests. We waited almost an hour. Then you have already demonstrated patience. I close the door. Hana is sitting near the window. Milo is asleep across 2 desks. Joran is eating something he claims is breakfast. Tessa has her injured arm in a support wrap and is reviewing barrier diagrams. 32 students. My original class. Still mine. The Class 2 girl looks around. These are the S-rank candidates? Joran stops chewing. Candidates? I ignore him. Name. Lysa Terran. Not important yet. I place a chalk marker on the desk. Adaptive casting test. Her shoulders stiffen. I said that's what I fail. I heard you. I throw the chalk at her face. She raises a barrier. Too slow. The chalk hits her forehead. Joran starts laughing. I throw another at him. He catches it. Improvement. Lysa looks offended. That wasn't a casting test. Correct. I throw another. This time she dodges. Better. Then I throw 3. She raises a barrier again. All 3 hit it. The barrier is strong. Too strong. Half her mana reserve vanishes. There it is. Your problem isn't adaptation. She frowns. That is what every instructor says. Then every instructor is wrong in exactly the same way. The classroom becomes quiet. Even Milo opens one eye. I point at Lysa's focus ring. You use full reinforcement for every threat. It prevents breakthrough. It wastes enough mana to guarantee failure later. She opens her mouth. Stops. She knows. Good. Again. I throw 1 chalk piece. She starts raising the barrier. Then hesitates. Too much thinking. It hits her. Again. Second throw. She uses a narrow shield. Better. Third. She tilts it instead of blocking directly. The chalk deflects. I nod once. Go back to your instructor. Her expression falls. That's it? Yes. You aren't going to train me? I just did. She stares. Then looks at the chalk on the floor. Then at her own hand. Understanding arrives slowly. Useful kind. She bows again, deeper this time. When I open the door, there are 23 students waiting. I close it. Hana watches me. You've created a problem. I create many. They're coming here because of yesterday. Yes. Voss is going to hate this. Yes. Her expression suggests she expected a more complicated response. I walk to the board. Outside, the crowd grows. Inside, my actual problem remains exactly the same. 32 candidates, 1 unfinished qualification process, 1,000 dead scholars beneath the academy, a vice-chancellor who wants my students dead, and an imperial examiner who now suspects the examination system itself. The additional students are noise, potentially useful noise, but noise. I write 4 numbers on the board. 32, 1,000, 97, 17. Joran squints. I know the first 3. Good. What is 17? The number of hours before the final qualification stage. Milo sits upright. 17? Yes. I thought it was tomorrow. It is tomorrow. He looks toward the windows. The sun is barely rising. His face goes pale. Good. Urgency restored. I tap the first number. 32 students. Second, 1,000 deceased scholars. Third, 97 currently optimized active instructors. Fourth, 17 hours. Hana understands first. We need to scale. Exactly. Last night, individual matching worked. Today, it will not. 32 students need advanced refinement. The examination is adapting to them. Voss is likely modifying protocols, and the undead network is consuming energy every hour. I cannot continue assigning 3 instructors per student and hoping repetition solves everything. We need infrastructure. An empire sounds dramatic. I need a timetable. I take classroom 7 underground before first bell. We enter through the maintenance crypt while the corridor outside fills with disappointed students. 3 academy staff members watch us leave. 1 takes notes. Good. Let them. The more obvious my movements appear, the less carefully they search for the real mechanism. Below, the mausoleum wakes. 1,000 heads turn. Not all stand. I keep most dormant. Authority first, energy second, efficiency always. The 97 optimized instructors take their positions around the adaptive training hall. I have reorganized them into 5 faculties: efficiency, combat adaptation, mana control, crisis response, support. No ceremonial titles, no robes, no nonsense. Function determines placement. The silver-haired scholar leads efficiency because her transfer fidelity remains highest. The black-jawed instructor leads control. Master Fist leads adaptation. Joran named him that. I hate that I have started using it. The support faculty consists of barrier specialists, healers, tactical analysts, and 3 scholars whose original disciplines I still cannot identify. 1 appears to specialize in throwing furniture. I have kept him. Practicality matters. I activate lesson field. Black lines spread across the floor. 97 instructors connect. The first pulse nearly drops me. I grit my teeth. Still expensive, but easier than yesterday. Authority is growing. Every student's success strengthens the network. Every completed lesson generates more control. Teaching becomes fuel. Absurd system. Excellent system. I assign 1 demonstration. The silver-haired scholar performs Hana's efficiency thrust. Lesson field copies fragments into 12 compatible instructors. 9 reproduce the stance. 7 reproduce the mana compression. 4 reproduce the complete strike. Better than last time. Fidelity improved. I narrow my eyes. Why? Then I see it. The instructors that watched the first test retained fragments of the transferred movement. The network itself is learning, not like a mind, like repeated pathways becoming easier to reproduce. 1 instructor teaches another, then another. Knowledge diffuses. I look across the chamber. This changes scale. I select a low-level defensive pivot. 1 scholar demonstrates. Lesson field distributes it. 43 instructors reproduce usable versions. I call the students forward. All of you watch. They spread out. The scholars demonstrate simultaneously, not identical. Close enough. 32 students copy. The system floods my vision. Instructional resonance detected. Multiple transfers. Authority rising. Pattern fidelity climbing. The entire room accelerates. Yesterday, 1 correction took minutes. Now shared techniques move through the faculty in seconds. This is not a classroom anymore. It is a production line. I dislike that comparison. It is accurate anyway. For the next 2 hours, I build training rotations. Hana teaches nothing. Neither do the others. Not yet. They learn. Efficiency faculty strips waste from every movement. Control faculty reduces mana loss. Adaptation faculty attacks them from unpredictable angles. Support faculty forces them to coordinate without relying on fixed roles. The undead do not tire. My students do. So I weaponize exhaustion. 20 minutes training. 5 minutes rest. Repeat. During rest, they review recordings etched into the old training floor. During training, no explanation longer than 3 sentences. No speeches. No motivational garbage. Movement. Correction. Repeat. Joran collapses after the 6th rotation. Master Fist kicks his boot. Joran opens 1 eye. I passed yesterday. The corpse kicks him again. I know. 3rd kick. Joran gets up. Excellent communication. By mid-morning, Classroom 7 is not alone underground. That is unexpected. A maintenance door opens. Lysa Taryn steps through. The Class 2 girl. Behind her are 5 more students. I stare. She freezes. Hana turns toward me. I can already hear the accusation. I raise one finger. Don't. She smiles. Lisa Bofs. My instructor told me to leave. Then why are you here? Because the narrow barrier worked. Good. I used 40% less. Mana. Better. Master Renfall said changing technique before qualification was reckless. Reasonable. She looks confused. You agree with him? Yes. Then why did you tell me to change? Because your current method fails. Silence. She processes that. I look at the 5 others. Why are they here? One has output instability. A boy raises his hand. 2 have movement problems. 2 girls look uncomfortable. 1 can't maintain a summon. A thin student avoids eye contact. And I... Stop. Lysa stops. This is dangerous. Not politically. Logistically, I can train 32. Maybe 40. Maybe more with lesson field. But every outsider increases exposure. Every outsider increases the chance someone sees too much. Then I notice something else. The undead scholars are watching them. Not aggressively. Evaluating. The system reacts. Potential candidates detected. Instructional compatibility available. Teacher authority gain eligible. Of course, the class is not limited to Classroom 7. The necromancy responds to students. Any students. That means the network can grow through teaching. More students, more successful transfers, more authority, more instructors activated, more instructional capacity. A second loop. Dangerous. Potentially exponential. I stare at Lysa, then at the others. Hana crosses her arms. I know that expression. No, you don't. You're calculating. Yes. That usually becomes our problem. Correct. I point toward an unused section of the hall. Stand there. Lysa moves immediately. The others follow. I activate 8 additional scholars. Authority cost minimal. I assign them based on resonance. Then I give the newcomers 1 rule. You do not touch anything. They nod. Second rule. Lysa raises an eyebrow. You said 1 rule. I look at her. Congratulations. You identified inconsistency. Joran snorts. I continue. You do not talk about this place. The humor disappears. Lysa looks around at the dead faculty. Why? Because if the wrong people know what is here, this room disappears. She understands. All 6 nod. Good enough for now. Training resumes. Then another door opens. 3 more students. Then 7. Then 11. By midday, I have 58 living students underground. By early afternoon, 73. This should be impossible. It is not. Rumors brought them. Results kept them. Some are weak. Some are strong. Most are not seeking miracles. They want specific problems fixed. That matters. I do not accept everyone. Students who cannot identify a failure get sent back upstairs. Students asking for more power get rejected. Students who want easy S-rank shortcuts last less than 5 minutes. But the ones with precise weaknesses stay. And every successful correction feeds the network. Teacher authority climbs. 100 units, 200, 500. My command capacity expands. I activate 150 scholars, then 200, then 300. The mausoleum reserve drops. But not as quickly as expected. I check why. The new students bring mana into the training formations, not deliberately. The old academy system recycles excess casting output. Every failed spell, every broken barrier, every wasted reinforcement burst. The mausoleum collects a fraction. The dead faculty consume it. Students train. The system harvests wasted mana. Undead teach them to waste less, which reduces future energy recovery. I almost admire the irony. Almost, we need another source. I send 50 undead into deeper storage corridors. Not to hunt. To inventory. They return with old relic batteries, broken examination cores, sealed mana reservoirs, most useless, some viable. I establish a repair section. 5 dead artificers. 8 living students from technical classes who apparently heard about us and volunteered. They restore 3 ancient cores. Reserve stabilizes. There. Infrastructure. By 3 in the afternoon, the underground program has structure. training hall, mana storage, instructor rotation, repair wing, rest section, medical station, information board, no speeches, no banners, no secret society nonsense. Just work. Joran looks around. This is starting to look like a school. I glance at the 1,000 corpses. Your standards are disturbing. He points at the medical station. They even have forms. I look. Tessa created forms. Of course she did. She notices me. We needed injury tracking. Fine. And attendance. I stop. Attendance? Yes. I stare at her. She stares back. I look toward the dead scholars. 1,000 corpses. 73 living students. Underground illegal academy. Now with attendance. Somehow that is the part that makes it official. Fine. Tessa smiles. Mistake. I add one more rule. No committees. Her smile disappears. Good. Then the trap begins paying dividends. At 4 in the afternoon, one of my undead sentries detects movement near the western crypt entrance. Not academy security. Students. 3 of them. They enter. Look around. Leave. No training request. Observers. Voss, or someone working for him. Perfect. The bait from yesterday needs reinforcement. I deliberately allow them to see only the outer chamber. 97 active scholars. Basic drills. Damaged equipment. Exactly the version Voss already believes. The deeper facilities remain sealed. The additional students use the eastern access route. The real network stays hidden. One sentry follows the observers far enough to detect where they go. Administration wing. Excellent. The trap is working. Voss believes the crypt is a crude necromantic tutoring scheme. He sees limited active corpses, limited resources, a desperate attempt to improve candidates. He does not see the network. He does not see lesson field. He does not see 300 coordinated scholar units. Most importantly, he does not see that students from other classes are joining us. Yet, that information matters later. For now, I let him underestimate. At 5, a faculty notice arrives. All instructors must submit supplemental training methods used during qualification. There, he took the bait. He wants documentation. He expects to discover my trick through paperwork. I sit at an old stone desk. Hana watches me write. What are you putting? The truth. She looks alarmed. I turn the page toward her. Supplemental drills. Reduced output practice. Adaptive repetition. Individual weakness mapping. Mana efficiency correction. No necromancy. No lies. Every technique listed is real. Everyone can be reproduced without corpses. Just slower. Much slower. Hana reads it. He'll think this explains everything. Yes, but it doesn't. No. So why give it to him? Because people stop searching when they find an answer they already wanted. She studies me. That is unsettling. Thank you. The report goes upstairs. 2 hours later, Voss issues an academy-wide directive. All classes may adopt dress-style efficiency drills. I read it twice, then laugh. Joran looks over. What? He copied me. Is that bad? No. It is perfect. He is investing in the bait. He is publicly attaching his authority to my incomplete method. Now, if the students improve, my credibility grows. If they fail, he can claim the method was flawed. Either way, he believes he controls the narrative. Good. Let him build on it. The trap is no longer merely convincing. He has started spending political capital on it. Exactly what I need. Night approaches. The final qualification stage begins in less than 12 hours. I reduce training intensity. Students complain. I ignore them. Fatigue kills scores. The dead can repeat forever. The living cannot. That difference is why I am still the teacher. By 8, the original 32 gather in the central chamber. The other students leave through staggered exits. No large groups. No obvious pattern. Tessa handles departure scheduling. I did not ask her to. I also do not stop her. Useful people should be allowed to become useful. I look at my class. Hana's efficiency has stabilized. Joran's decision delay is almost gone. Milo performs under observation without collapse. Tessa has learned to turn defensive barriers into terrain. The others have similar improvements. Not miracles. Specific fixes. Exactly enough. I activate the training board. One final simulation. No instruction, no undead correction. No lesson field. Just 32 students. The trial begins. Mana suppression. Projectile attack. Terrain collapse. Hostile constructs. False objectives. Resource starvation. Everything we have seen. Then I add something new. I disable the scoring display. Several students look toward me. Good. They are used to chasing numbers. Tomorrow, that could kill them. Continue. They do. Hana stops optimizing for visible score. Joran protects Milo instead of chasing a target. Tessa abandons an objective when the risk becomes irrational. Milo identifies a fake threat and refuses to waste mana. The class adapts. Not perfectly. 3 fail. 6 get hit. 1 barrier collapses. 2 students argue. Then recover. The simulation ends. No S-rank notifications, no applause, no score. Only 32 exhausted students standing. I look at them. They wait. This is usually where instructors say something inspiring. I have never understood why. You're still weak, Joran groans. Hana smiles. Milo actually laughs. I continue. The final exam will contain candidates stronger than you. Silence. Better equipped than you. More silence. Some of them have trained for years with resources you never had. I let that sit. None of that changes the work. I point toward the arena. You know how to fail without panicking. Then toward Hana. You know how to conserve. Joran. You know how to wait. Milo. You know how to function while people watch. Tessa. You know when survival matters more than pride. Then the others. Each one. One weakness. One correction. One usable advantage. No promises. No destiny. Just evidence. I turn away. Eat. Nobody moves. I look back. That was not symbolic. They finally scatter. Good. Behind them, the undead faculty remains standing. 300 active scholars. 700 dormant. Repair stations working. Mana reserve stable. Lesson field calibrated. Outer chamber staged for surveillance. Voss invested in the false explanation. Other students spreading results through the academy. This is no longer an improvised training session. It is a functioning underground institution. Small. Illegal. Efficient. Mean. A system notification appears across my vision. Instructional domain established. Registered scholar network exceeds 1,000 units. Active student beneficiaries exceed 70. Faculty hierarchy stabilized. Then another. Necromancer instructor class advancement condition partially satisfied. I stop. Partially? Of course. Nothing useful is ever complete. I focus. The requirement unfolds. Teacher authority sufficient. Scholar network sufficient. Student performance sufficient. Final condition missing. Institutional recognition. I stare at the words. The system wants legitimacy. That is almost funny enough to hurt. I command 1,000 corpses under an academy. I operate an illegal training network. And apparently even necromancy requires accreditation. Fine. Tomorrow gives me an imperial examination board. 32 candidates, public scores, and Vice-Chancellor Voss standing exactly where I need him. I look toward the ceiling. He thinks he is preparing an exam. He is not. He is preparing my accreditation hearing. The final qualification begins with a missing student. Not dead. Not injured. Missing. That difference matters. I count Classroom 7 twice while the Imperial candidates assemble beneath the Eastern Examination Tower. 31. Hannah notices before I say anything. Tessa. Yes. Joran scans the crowd. She was with us at breakfast. Milo looks toward the registration gates. Maybe medical pulled her. No. I checked. Tessa left the underground medical station 43 minutes ago. Her support wrap was changed. Mana stable. No reason for delay. I look toward the administration balcony. Vice-Chancellor Voss is already there. Perfect uniform. Calm expression. Hands behind his back. He sees me looking. Smiles. Small. There it is. Not proof. Enough to make the possibility expensive. Celine Marr approaches with the final candidate slate. Professor dressed. One of mine is missing. Her eyes sharpen. Name. Tessa Vane. She checks the slate. Her expression does not change. Registered. Present? No. Did examination staff relocate her? No. Good. One possibility removed. Celine turns to an assistant. Find her. Voss calls down from the balcony. Examiner. General. Celine looks up. The qualification begins in 4 minutes. I am aware. The schedule cannot be delayed for one candidate. There, clean, reasonable. Exactly how men like him bury knives. I look at Celine. Start without us. 31 heads turn toward me. Jorn steps closer. What? I keep my eyes on the balcony. If Tessa misses registration, she fails automatically. Hana understands. You're going after her. Yes. So are we. No. Jorn's jaw tightens. She is our class. And you are 31 candidates standing 4 minutes from the final examination. That doesn't matter. It matters to Tessa. He stops. Good. Anger makes him stupid. Specific responsibility brings him back. I point toward Hana. You control the group. She nods immediately. Milo handles pattern calls. He swallows, then nods. Joran. He waits. Do not improvise heroically. He looks personally insulted. That is very specific. Yes. Celine steps closer. If you leave examination grounds, you may lose supervisory access. Fine. You understand that means you cannot intervene if something happens inside. I could not intervene legally anyway. She studies me, then lowers her voice. The emergency systems were audited overnight. By whom? Imperial staff. Only Imperial? A pause. Mostly, not reassuring. The registration bells sound. 3 minutes. I look at my students. Go. Nobody moves for half a second. Then Hana turns. Classroom 7. They follow her. 31 students disappear through the bronze gate. I remain outside. Voss watches. His smile is gone. Interesting. If he arranged Tessa's disappearance, he expected me to panic. Maybe abandon the class. Maybe miss the exam. Maybe make an accusation without evidence. I do none of those. I start walking. The undead network is almost useless above ground. Almost. I left 12 scholar units dormant in service corridors beneath the eastern tower. Not for combat. Observation. Tessa knows the maintenance routes. So does Voss. I reach for the network. Black pressure touches the edge of my awareness. 1 sentry. Then another. No contact. 3rd. Nothing. 4th. Movement. Underground western passage. 2 living signatures. 1 unconscious. I change direction. Fast. The service entrance is locked. I break the latch. Subtlety is a luxury for people with better schedules. The corridor descends beneath the examination tower. No lights. Fine. I summon 1 undead scholar from a wall compartment, a narrow man with half a skull and a lantern hook still embedded in his belt. He rises. I point. Lead. He does. The network guides us toward the movement. Then stops. 100 meters ahead, I hear voices. Should have been transferred already. Orders changed. She wakes? Not yet. 2 men. Academy security. Not Imperial. I move closer. The scholar beside me tilts his head. 3 doors. Right side. Middle room. 1 living signature inside. Tessa. Good. I send the scholar left. His footsteps scrape deliberately. The guards hear. What was that? 1 moves. The other stays. Not ideal. I pick up a rusted maintenance bolt. Throw it down the opposite corridor. Clang. The remaining guard turns his head. Enough. I step from the dark. 1 elbow to the throat. He folds. The second guard sees me. Reaches for a suppression baton. I let him activate it. Silver energy erupts. The undead scholar collapses instantly. Expected. The guard smiles. Mistake. I am not the corpse. He swings. I step inside. Grab his wrist. Turn. The baton hits the wall. I drive my shoulder into his chest. He falls. No necromancy. No system. Just basic violence. Underrated educational tool. I open the middle door. Tessa is strapped to a chair. Conscious now. Barely. Her pupils focus on me. Professor? Yes. She exhales. That took a while. You were kidnapped less than an hour ago. Still, good. Sarcasm intact. I cut the restraints. What happened? Someone from examination logistics said my registration seal was wrong. Then, needle. Description? Blue coat. Male. Academy badge. Generic. Too generic. Useful in another way. If Voss wanted secrecy, he would use ordinary staff. Tessa rubs her wrist. Why me? I already know. Support candidate. Barrier specialist. The one student in my group who prioritizes survival over score. Remove her, and classroom 7 becomes more aggressive. More vulnerable. That means someone studied us. Not just ranks. Roles. The plan is more sophisticated than I expected. I file that away. Then the corridor shakes. Not an explosion. A system activation. The final examination has started. Tessa looks toward the ceiling. They went in? Yes. Without me? Yes. Her face changes. Not hurt. Calculation. Good. Then we need to go. No. She looks at me. What? You are not entering through standard registration now. I'll fail. Maybe. Professor. I hold up one hand. Someone removed you because they expect your absence to matter. She stops. I continue. If you run back through the main gate, they learn the plan failed. So? So I prefer them uncertain. Her eyes narrow. You want them to think I'm still missing. Yes. That means I fail. Possibly. She stares at me. Long enough that I wonder whether this is the relationship variable the system promised to eventually punish me with. Then she says something unexpected. If they need me, they could die. There it is. Not rank. Not pride. Her priority. Exactly why I trusted her with retreat calls. I look at her. And if you enter through the wrong door without understanding the trap, you may die first. She clenches her jaw. I lower my voice. We find another route. That is not reassurance. It is a plan. She nods. Trust recalibrated. Good. We move deeper. The two guards remain unconscious. I search one. No written orders, no personal seal, professional. The second has an examination access token. Temporary, restricted, issued this morning. I read the authorization mark, not Voss. Office of Candidate Safety. Interesting. Someone used a protection department to remove the student most likely to protect others. Talk about administrative irony. Tessa sees the token. Can that open the emergency routes? Maybe. We test it. 3 doors reject us. The 4th opens. Behind it is an old monitoring corridor running parallel to the active examination field. Imperial systems were built over older St. Vera infrastructure. Of course they were. Institutions love pretending foundations disappear when renamed. Through narrow observation windows, I see sections of the final exam. Not projections. The actual field. Massive. A reconstructed ruin spanning several underground levels. Candidates divided across sectors, threats moving between them. Objectives changing dynamically. I search for classroom 7. Nothing. Then the undead network twitches. One dormant scholar embedded beneath sector 4 detects mana signatures I recognize. Hana. Yoren. Milo. Alive. Moving. I exhale once. Tessa notices. You found them? Yes. Are they okay? I said alive. That isn't the same answer. Correct. She hates that. We continue along the maintenance corridor. Through the network, I get fragments. Impact. Movement. Suppression. 3 hostile signatures. Then 6. My students are under pressure. Good. Not good. Useful. There is a difference. I reach for another sentry. Connection weak. Then clearer. Hana's group is not alone. Elite candidates from Class 1 are nearby. Different route. Routes converged. Interesting. The final exam is forcing mixed-class cooperation. That should help. Then one of the Class 1 signatures attacks Joran. I stop walking. Tessa nearly hits me. What? Variable. What variable? Students. She waits. I connect again. The picture is incomplete. No sight. Only positions and mana pressure. But patterns tell enough. 2 Class 1 candidates moved behind Classroom 7. One struck first. Joran responded. Now the groups are fighting. Why? Score competition? Panic? Manipulation? I do not know. Good. No assumptions. I move faster. We reach a window overlooking Sector 4. There. Hana is behind a collapsed stone wall. Milo beside her. Jorn is in the open. Facing 3 elite candidates, one has blood on his mouth. Probably Joran's work. At least 4 hostile constructs circle all of them. Idiots. The elite students are fighting Classroom 7 while examination threats close in. Tessa grips the window frame. What are they doing? Failing cooperation, one elite candidate shouts, "This corridor carries faint sound. You stole our route score." Joran laughs. Bad sign. I didn't know scores could be stolen. Your class triggered the bonus objective first. There, competition, predictable. But the timing is strange. The exam deliberately merged routes and assigned overlapping bonus objectives. That creates conflict. Maybe standard, maybe not. Hana raises her voice. We can split the credit. The elite boy points his weapon at her. Your class shouldn't even be here. That phrase, familiar institutional poison, not Voss's exact words. Close enough. Joran steps forward. I silently curse him. Then he stops. Good. He remembers. The constructs attack. Stage 1. Everyone receives. One elite student gets thrown into a wall. Joran takes a blade across the shoulder. Hana loses half her sleeve to a mana burst. Milo drops behind cover. Now the argument becomes irrelevant. Stage 2. Read. Classroom 7 does. Class 1 does not. They attack immediately. High output. Strong techniques. Terrible resource use. 2 constructs survive. 1 adapts. Its armor thickens against elemental damage. Hana sees it. She points. Milo understands. Joran waits. The elite students keep blasting. Idiots. Their mana drops. One shouts at Hana. Do something. She does. Nothing. Correct choice. The armored construct charges. Joran lets it. Waits. 1 strike. Not at armor. At the knee joint exposed during acceleration. The leg buckles. Milo sends compressed mana into the ground. Small detonation. The construct tilts. Hana hits the neck seam. 3 movements. 1 kill. Stage 3. Ignition. Class 1 goes silent. Then the last construct unfolds. Larger than the others. Its chest opens. 6 targeting lenses activate. Tessa leans toward the window. They need a barrier. Yes, they do, and Tessa is standing beside me because someone removed her. Now the trap becomes clear. Not completely. Enough. The final exam creates forced cooperation. Classroom 7 was built around complementary weaknesses. Tessa protects transition moments. Remove her and the group becomes vulnerable exactly when mixed team conflicts create openings. This was not random. Someone knows our structure. I look at Tessa. She already understands. Can I get in? Not through that window. What about emergency access? I check the stolen token. There is a door 50 meters ahead. Restricted response route. Maybe. We run. The door accepts the token. Inside is a narrow stair leading directly towards Sector 4. Then an Imperial lock appears. Different system. Token rejected. Of course. Tessa hits the door. Damn it. I inspect the seal. Emergency only. Requires hazard confirmation from inside. My undead network cannot trigger it. A living candidate can. Tessa looks through the small reinforced panel. The sector is visible below. Hana is pulling Milo behind cover. Joran is dragging an injured elite candidate. Interesting. He could leave him. Does not. Good. The large construct fires. A 6-point mana barrage. No barrier. They scatter. 1 beam catches Joran's leg. He falls. Tessa presses both hands against the door. Hana! Too far. No response. She slams the frame. Hana! Nothing. Then Milo looks up. Not toward us. Toward an emergency panel mounted near the sector wall. He sees it. Of course he does. Pattern recognition. The construct fires again. Milo runs. Terrible physical ability. Good timing. He reaches the panel. Pulls the emergency lever. Our door unlocks. Tessa is through before I can speak. I grab her shoulder. Your registration. Later. Then she enters. No hesitation. Relationship recalibrated again. I let her go. Because she is right. Some decisions outrank plans. That annoys me. I follow only to the boundary. One more step and I violate examination rules, so I stop. Tessa reaches the group. The construct fires. She throws up a barrier. Not large, angled. The barrage splits around them. Everyone stares. Joran grins despite the blood on his face. You're late. Tessa reinforces the shield. Shut up. Good. The group reforms instantly. No discussion, no explanation. She belongs in the structure. The elite students hesitate. Then Hana points them into positions. 1 obeys, 2 do not. Variable unresolved. The construct advances. Stage 2 resumes. Tessa studies the attack spread. Milo watches timing. Hana checks seams. Joran waits. Then something strange happens. The elite boy who accused them lowers his weapon. He looks at the injured student Joran dragged to safety. Then at classroom 7. Decision. He steps beside Tessa, adds his barrier. Combined wall. Not perfect. Enough. Trust variable shifts. No betrayal. Just pride colliding with evidence. Good. I prefer that. The construct fires. Combined barrier holds. Milo shouts timing. Joran moves. Hana follows. The elite candidates join. For the first time, 2 classes stop competing. They fight the exam instead. The construct falls 40 seconds later. Not because classroom 7 overpowers it, because everyone finally uses the correct role. The examination board above the sector lights. Cooperative crisis objective completed. Bonus score distributed to all surviving candidates. The elite boy stares at the result. Then at Hana. She says something I cannot hear. He laughs once. Tension breaks. Variable resolved. Not friendship. Better. Functional respect. A system notification flashes across my vision. Student network influence expanded beyond registered class. Cooperative instruction effect confirmed. Interesting. My authority rises even though I taught none of those elite students directly. Classroom 7 did. Knowledge propagated through behavior. Teacher becomes students. Students become teachers. The system counts it. That is bigger than lesson field. I store the thought. Later, a warning alarm sounds. The examination sector begins shifting. Walls move, routes separate again. Tessa turns toward the emergency exit. She finally remembers the registration problem. Too late. An imperial examiner appears through the adjacent corridor. Not Selene. Alderman. Gold sash. He looks at Tessa, then at the open emergency door, then at me. Candidate Tessa Vane? Yes. You entered an active examination sector without registered deployment. She straightens. I responded to an emergency signal. Candidates outside deployment are prohibited from... I interrupt. She was abducted before registration. Silence. The examiner looks at me. Then at the Academy security access token in my hand. His expression changes. I give it to him. 2 Academy guards were holding her beneath the Western Service Wing. Tessa adds. They drugged me. The examiner looks through the observation panel. At the candidates, she just helped save. Then back at us. This is the institutional recognition problem in miniature. Rules say she should fail. Evidence says the system failed her first. He touches his communication seal. Examiner, General Marr. Celine's voice answers. He summarizes. Briefly, accurately, no embellishment. Good man. Then silence. Celine responds. Register candidate Vane under emergency reinstatement protocol. The examiner blinks. That requires cause. Cause is under active investigation. Another pause. Record her crisis entry from the moment she crossed the threshold. The examiner looks at Tessa. You heard her. Tessa exhales. Yes. Then Celine adds one more sentence through the seal. Professor Drest remains outside the field. I almost smile. Understood. The examination continues. Tessa rejoins classroom 7 officially. The elite group splits away on the next route. Before leaving, the boy who accused Joran turns. Says something. Joran answers. I cannot hear either. But no one punches anyone. Progress. I return to the observation corridor. The missing student is back. The class remains intact. The relationship variable did not break them. It strengthened them. And someone above ground just learned that removing one piece no longer collapses the machine. Good. But the bigger problem remains. Who studied the machine closely enough to know which piece to remove? Voss alone? Maybe. Faculty data? Possible. Someone inside classroom 7? Less likely. Not impossible. I refuse to become sentimental about trust. Trust is not blindness. It is a working hypothesis supported by repeated evidence. Tessa chose the class over her own qualification. Evidence. Hana managed the group when I left. Evidence. Joran obeyed retreat logic. Evidence. Milo found the emergency route. Evidence. 31 students continued without me. Strong evidence. I adjust the hypothesis. The leak is probably external. Probably. That is enough for now. The final qualification board updates. Classroom 7 has 26 candidates above provisional S-rank composite threshold. 6 remain below. The exam is not finished. Neither am I. I look through the glass at the students moving deeper into the final sector. For the first time, they are solving problems I did not design answers for. That should make me nervous. Instead, I feel something colder. Satisfaction. Not because they are winning, because they are recalibrating without me. A teacher who needs to stand beside every student forever has not built competence. He has built dependency. I have no use for dependency. Below, Hannah stops at a 3-way route split. The class waits. She studies the signs. Milo points toward a hidden pattern. Tessa checks the risk. Joran watches the rear. Then they choose. No one looks toward the observation corridor. Good. Very good. I step away from the glass. The class can handle the next stage, which means I can finally deal with the people trying to make sure they never reach the end. I find Vice Chancellor Voss in the one place he assumes I cannot reach. The examination control archive. That tells me more than anything he could say. The archive sits behind 3 imperial locks, 2 academy seals, and enough bureaucracy to make ordinary criminals reconsider their life choices. Fortunately, one of the men who abducted Tessa carried a temporary access token. Unfortunately, the token only opens the first door. I stand in a narrow stone corridor beneath the eastern tower while the second seal glows red in front of me. Behind the door, voices move. 3 people, maybe 4. One of them is Voss. I recognize the cadence. Calm. Measured. Still pretending the situation belongs to him. I press 2 fingers against the wall. The undead network barely reaches this deep. One dormant scholar lies beneath the adjacent foundation. Old. Damaged. Still connected. I wake him. The response takes longer than usual. A faint black thread forms inside my awareness. Then pressure. One body. No movement. I send a command. Rise. Stone scrapes somewhere beyond the wall. Inside the archive, someone stops talking. Good. I wait. The dead scholar strikes the foundation once. A dull knock. Then again. The archive guards shift. One approaches the sound. I step back into shadow. The second door opens. A faculty security officer walks out. He sees nothing. Then the corpse's hand punches through the stone behind him. He spins. I move. One hand over his mouth. One strike behind the ear. He drops. I catch him before his armor hits the floor. Quiet. Efficient. I take his seal. The second door opens. The third does not. Of course. This one is Imperial. No academy credentials. No workaround. I examine the frame. The seal is designed to reject mana manipulation. Physical access only. That means whoever enters needs authorization from inside. Fine. I knock. Silence. Then a voice. Who is it? I lower my tone. Security. Report. Western access breach. A pause. What breach? Candidate retrieval route. Longer pause. Interesting. Whoever is inside knows about Tessa. Which candidate? Tessa Vane. The lock clicks. There. I open the door. A man in Imperial technician robe stands on the other side. His expression shifts the moment he sees me. Too late. I grab his collar, pull. He hits the corridor wall, one knee into the stomach. He folds. I push through. The archive is larger than expected. 3 banks of examination crystals fill the room. Records float above them. Candidate scores. Route configurations. Threat deployment schedules. Emergency overrides. Everything. And standing beside the central control table is Vice Chancellor Voss. 2 academy officials flank him. One is Director Kale Renwick, head of candidate safety. So that department was not merely used. It is involved. The other is Instructor Renfall, Lysa's teacher. That surprises me. Not because I trust him, because he is too ordinary. Traditional, rigid, proud. Not the kind of man I expected to be standing inside an illegal control archive during an active examination. Good. Another assumption killed before it can become habit. Voss looks at the unconscious technician behind me, then at me, Professor Dressed, Vice Chancellor. Renwick reaches for an alarm rune. I point at him. Don't. He stops. Not because of fear. Because Voss raises one hand. Interesting. He wants to talk. Renfall looks furious. You are trespassing in an Imperial archive. So are you. His face hardens. Voss smiles. This archive is jointly administered. Then I'm sure Examiner, General Marr, will be interested in your candidate safety procedures. Renwick's jaw tightens. There, pressure point found. Voss steps away from the control table. You found Miss Vane. Yes. A regrettable misunderstanding. 2 guards drugged her. Then they exceeded instructions. Renwick looks at Voss. Tiny movement. Not agreement. Concern. Useful. I look at Renwick instead. Your office issued the access token. He says nothing. Voss answers for him. Candidate safety is responsible for medical transfers. Tessa was not transferred. Apparently. I glance at the examination crystals. Classroom 7 is still active. 26 provisional S-rank composites. 6 below. Their sector data streams across one screen. Another crystal shows threat deployment. I recognize several red-coded entries. Unauthorized. Manually inserted. I walk toward the table. Renfall steps in front of me. No. I look at him. He does not move. Good posture. Strong mana. Probably A rank. Maybe higher. I have no undead army here. No lesson field. No intention of fighting unless necessary, so I do something simpler. Lysa Terran. His expression changes. Only slightly. Enough. She came to me yesterday. I know. Then you know why. She was confused. She reduced her barrier expenditure by 40%. His jaw tightens. Voss watches us carefully. Renfall says she abandoned established technique before a major examination. And improved. One good result proves nothing. Same sentence. Different mouth. Interesting. I look at Voss. He notices. I return to Renfall. Did you help modify today's route? Silence. That is answer enough. He looks away first. Not toward Voss. Toward Renwick. There. The structure is not simple. Voss may lead. Renwick implements. Renfall participates. Why? Not loyalty. Not all of them. I can see that already. I shift tactics. Your student is inside the final qualification too. Renfall's eyes snap back. Yes. And the same unauthorized threats targeting Classroom 7 can reach her sector. His face loses color. Only a little. Routes are isolated. I point at the board. They merged twice this morning. He turns toward the control table. Voss does not. That difference matters. Renfall did not know everything. Variable identified. Good. Voss speaks softly. Professor, you seem determined to misunderstand the examination. I look at him, then explain it. Silence. Why were dead candidates stored beneath the arena? No answer. Why was Tessa removed? No answer. Why were prohibited S-rank threats inserted? Still nothing. I gesture toward the board. Why are manual hazard adjustments being issued from this room? Voss's smile fades. Not completely. Enough. You believe all of this is about your class? No. That catches him, I continue. I think my class is incidental. Renwick shifts. Renfall looks confused. Voss becomes very still. There. Closer. I walk around the edge of the table. No institution builds a soul. Harvesting mausoleum for one bad teacher. Silence. No institution preserves 1,000 dead scholars because of 32 students. Renwick's hand tightens. No examination system gets modified this extensively because Classroom 7 suddenly improves. I stop. So this existed before me. Voss says nothing. I look at Renwick. Candidate deaths existed before me. Then Renfall. Rank manipulation existed before me. Then back to Voss. I am simply inconvenient because my students survived. For the first time, his calm expression cracks. Not fear, annoyance. There. Truth. Voss walks to the nearest archive crystal, touches it. Historical records appear, years. Candidate counts, rank distributions, failure rates. S-rank certifications. I study the numbers. At first, nothing obvious. Then I see it. The bottom rank pass rate has been falling. Slowly. Over decades. Not because candidates got weaker. Their preliminary scores remain similar. But final survival among D, E, and F rank applicants decreases every year. Meanwhile, elite class certifications rise. Hana was right without knowing it. The system is filtering, not evaluating. Voss turns toward me. Do you know what St. Vera was before reform? I am guessing you plan to tell me. It was chaos. His voice changes. Less polished, more personal. Low-capacity candidates trained for years using inefficient relic methods. Departments competed for resources. Instructors tailored programs individually. Costs were catastrophic. I glance at the buried archive records. There it is. The old adaptive academy. The dead faculty. The program my necromancy resurrected. Voss continues. Students spent 5 years learning methods that could never scale. Some of them reached S rank. Some. He steps closer. Do you know how many instructors it took? 1,000? Renwick almost reacts. Good. Voss ignores it. Too many. Of course. That is the real crime. Not dark magic. Economics. The old system taught difficult students individually. Modern St. Vera standardized training. High-output candidates thrive. Low-output candidates fail. Efficient. Clean. Profitable. And the ones who do not fit? They disappear into mines, frontiers, exam casualties, soul reserves. I look at the historical records again. What happened to the old faculty? Voss does not answer. Renfall does, quietly. They resisted closure. Everyone turns toward him. He looks at the floor, so he knows that much. Voss's voice sharpens. Renfall, too late. I look at him. Closure killed them? Renfall swallows. No. Voss steps toward him. That is enough. Now Renfall looks angry, not at me. At Voss. Interesting. The relationship variable shifts again. I say nothing. Silence works better. Renfall finally speaks. They were ordered to surrender the adaptive curriculum. Voss's jaw tightens. They refused. Renwick cuts in. This history is irrelevant. No, I say, it is extremely relevant. I look at Renfall. What happened? He hesitates. Then something above us detonates. Every examination crystal flickers. The archive alarms activate. A route breach warning appears. Candidate sector collapse. Multiple groups converging. Threat level escalating. Voss looks at the board. Then at me. Conversation over. For now. The final examination is breaking. Or being broken. I check Classroom 7. Their sector has merged with 3 others. 57 candidates now share one zone. Threat signatures rising. 10, 20, 30. Then one enormous red mark appears at the center. Imperial classification fails. Unknown. Renwick goes pale. That isn't ours. Interesting wording. Not ours. Meaning some threats are. Not that one. Good. Actual deviation. Someone else is touching the system. Voss turns toward the control panel. Seal Sector 9. Renwick moves. Renfall stops him. What about the candidates? If it spreads, the entire examination complex destabilizes. So evacuate. Emergency gates are already unresponsive. Of course. Voss looks at the threat pattern. For the first time since I met him, he is not pretending certainty. That matters. He expected danger, not this danger. Timeline deviation without reincarnation. Still the same principle. Reality moved outside his plan, too. Good. Now we see who recalibrates better. I step toward the board. Renwick blocks me. Move. No. I look at Voss. If Sector 9 collapses, how many candidates die? He says nothing. Renwick answers. Potentially all inside. 57. Yes, and if the breach spreads? Silence. Voss finally says, hundreds. There. Stakes simplified. I look at the threat signature. Its energy pattern feels familiar. Soul resonance. Not necromantic in the same way as mine. Denser. Older. Something below the exam has awakened. Something connected to the mausoleum. I extend my network. The black thread reaches downward. Hundreds of dead scholars react. Not to my command. To the thing in Sector 9. Every one of them turns simultaneously. The old faculty recognizes it. That is bad. I focus harder. Fragments, fear, submission. Memory without memory. One concept rises through the network. Examiner. Not modern, ancient. I open my eyes. The old academy had its own final examiner. Renfall stares at me. How do you know that? Your dead colleagues are terrified. Nobody has a useful response to that. I look at Voss. You buried an adaptive examination system under the modern one. Yes. You kept feeding it soul residue. His expression changes. Barely. Enough. And today's modifications overloaded something. Renwick says, impossible. Your corpses were connected to the same reserve. He goes silent. There. Mechanism. The hidden system kills candidates, harvests souls, stores residue, uses old infrastructure. My awakening shattered the central reserve. Then Voss and his people kept forcing examination overrides through the surviving architecture. Now the old examiner has enough energy and corrupted instructions to wake. Not planned. Not controlled. Perfect disaster. A new alert flashes across the board. Sector 9 objective rewritten. All candidates designated unqualified. Termination protocol active. Voss goes white. That is the first truly honest expression I have ever seen on him. I almost enjoy it. Almost. Then I remember 31 of my students are inside. 32, including Tessa. I turn. Open the emergency route. Renwick shakes his head. Impossible. Then make it possible. We cannot override the examiner. I look at the control crystals, then at the black thread running through my awareness. Maybe they cannot. I can. Not directly, but the old examiner is using scholar infrastructure. Scholar infrastructure recognizes my class. Lesson field. The ability is unstable outside my domain. Expensive. Weak. But I tested it yesterday, and I already know it can influence hostile scholar remnants. I look at Voss. I need access to the mausoleum network from here. He laughs once. You expect me to give a necromancer control over Imperial examination infrastructure? No. I step closer. I expect you to decide whether your pride is worth 57 corpses. He stares. I continue. If they die, Celine investigates everything. Renwick looks at him. Good. Candidate casualties. Another step. Illegal threat insertion. Renfall turns fully toward Voss now. Abduction. His expression darkens. Soul harvesting. Voss's eyes harden. I finish. And a buried faculty massacre. Silence. There. The alliance cracks. Not because anyone became good. Because incentives changed. Renwick wants survival. Renfall wants his student alive. Voss wants control. I need access. Temporary alignment. Useful. Renfall moves first. He steps away from Voss. Open the network. Voss looks at him. You do not understand what you're asking. My student is in Sector 9. So are hundreds of others. Renfall's voice rises. Then open it. There. Not betrayal. Reassessment. Exactly what uncertainty should produce. Renwick joins him. Vice-Chancellor. Voss looks from one to the other. His authority remains. His certainty does not. Finally, he places his hand on the central crystal. A hidden interface opens. Black. Ancient. The same runes as the mausoleum. I feel the network before he finishes. 1,000 dead scholars. 32 students. Old examination infrastructure. One corrupted examiner. Everything connected. Voss looks at me. You get one attempt. That is usually enough. It is not, but confidence is cheaper than truth. I place my hand on the crystal. Pain explodes through my arm. Lesson field activates. Not across one classroom, across the entire examination foundation. Black lines spread through the archive floor. Down corridors. Through walls. Into Sector 9. My authority reserve drops so fast the system warnings overlap. Teacher authority unstable. Network overload. Foreign command source resisting. I grit my teeth. The examiner pushes back. Then I feel it. A presence. Not a person. A preserved directive. Evaluate. Reject weakness. Terminate failure. The old system has been corrupted by decades of harvested candidate deaths. It no longer teaches failure. It punishes it. Exactly what Saint Vera became. Fitting, disgusting. I push lesson field harder. 1,000 scholars answer. Not all active. Enough. Across the mausoleum, corpses rise. 100. 300. 500. The reserve drains. My vision darkens. Voss says something. I cannot hear him. Inside Sector 9, the corrupted examiner manifests. A massive humanoid shape formed from examination armor, broken desks, old faculty seals, and compressed soul matter. Ridiculous. Terrifying. Appropriate. 57 candidates scatter. Classroom 7 does not. Hana gathers them. Joran takes front. Tessa builds cover. Milo studies the giant. Good. They do not need me to tell them what to do. I need to give them one thing. A lesson. I choose a dead scholar, not the strongest, the oldest. A corpse from the original adaptive faculty. Its right arm barely works. One eye missing. Academic seal still attached to its robe. I do not know its name. I know its imprint. Emergency examination inversion. A technique for turning test conditions against the examiner. It demonstrated the concept once underground while repairing the adaptive hall. Minor. Almost useless then. Foreshadowed. Useful now. I command it. The dead scholar raises one hand. Draws a circle. Breaks the circle at 3 points. Lesson field carries the motion outward. Fidelity terrible. Still enough. Inside Sector 9, Milo freezes. He sees the pattern. Of course. Pattern recognition. He turns toward Hana. Draws the same broken circle in the air. She understands something. Not everything. Enough. The examiner attacks. Stage 1. Receive. The first blow destroys an entire building section. Candidates scatter. Joran gets thrown. Elite students go down. Tessa's barrier cracks. The monster is overwhelmingly stronger. Good. Stage 2. Read. Milo watches the attack routes. Hana watches the examination runes under its feet. Tessa watches where barriers redirect energy. Joran watches timing. Other students begin following them. Class 1. Class 2. Class 3. Even candidates who mocked Classroom 7 yesterday. Reputation becomes function. They trust the failures because the failures have survived everything so far. Interesting. The examiner attacks again. Every strike activates scoring runes. There. The students see it. The monster is still evaluating them. It cannot stop. Its corruption changed the passing threshold, not the examination architecture, so they do not need to overpower it. They need to force the system to score its own attacks as candidate performance. That is what the inversion technique does. Milo points. Hana nods. Tessa starts placing barriers at strange angles. Not defensive, reflective. Joran waits. Other candidates follow. The next examiner blast hits Tessa's barrier. Redirects. Passes through an active scoring ring. Strikes the examiner itself. The board counts the energy as candidate output. Scores jump. The monster staggers. There. Stage 3. Ignition. Everyone moves. Not as an army. As an exam group. Hana directs low-output candidates toward efficiency runes. Milo assigns timing. Tessa chains barriers. Joran draws attacks. Elite candidates supply raw power. Support students stabilize. Every strength fills someone else's weakness. The examiner fires. They redirect. Scores rise. A rank. S rank. S rank. More. The system begins contradicting itself. Termination protocol says unqualified. Score architecture says qualified. The corrupted directive hesitates. Exactly what we need. I push lesson field again. The 1,000 scholars mirror the inversion pattern. One demonstration becomes dozens. Dozens become hundreds. Fidelity improves through repetition. My knees hit the archive floor. Renfall catches my shoulder before I fall. Unexpected. I do not thank him. No time. Voss stares at the black network. What are they doing? Teaching. He looks at me like that answer offends him personally. Good. Inside Sector 9, the examiner locks onto Joran. 4 arms of compressed soul metal rise. Joran waits. Too long. Then moves. First strike. He takes it across the shoulder. Second. Reads. Third. Steps inside. Fourth. He grabs the arm. Same rhythm as his earlier construct fight. Chekhov again. He pulls. The examiner's chest turns. Hana is ready. She does not use raw power. She uses the 5-step compression Milo learned. Milo stabilizes the timing. Tessa builds a barrier funnel. The elite candidates fire into it. 1 concentrated blast, not 1 student. 57. All redirected through a single scoring ring. The examiner's core opens. The energy hits. The system explodes with notifications. Qualification thresholds exceeded. Emergency cooperative score recognized. Termination, directive conflict. Foreign control destabilized. The examiner freezes. Then something incredible happens. It kneels. Not to classroom 7. To the examination result. Its original directive is still there, buried beneath corruption. Evaluate, record, teach through failure. It recognizes a passing score. For 1 second, the old academy comes back. Then the core cracks. Soul energy erupts. I reach through the network. Stage 4. Absorb. Not all. Impossible. Too much. I pull enough to prevent detonation. The rest flows into the mausoleum. Hundreds of dead scholars straighten. Broken limbs repair. Old seals ignite. Teacher authority surges. The system nearly blinds me. Elite scholar restoration. Instructional domain expanded. Legacy examination authority transferred. Class advancement condition progressing. Then one final message appears. Institutional recognition pending imperial validation. Of course, still paperwork. I laugh from the floor. Renwick stares at me. What is funny? Nothing. Everything. The Sector 9 doors open. Candidates begin emerging. 57 alive. Injured. Exhausted. Alive. Celine Marr enters the archive 30 seconds later with 6 Imperial guards. Nobody invited her. Good. She takes one look at me on the floor. At Voss beside the unlocked hidden network. At Renwick. At Renfall. At the illegal archive configuration. Then at the examination results. Her face becomes very still. Someone, she says, is going to explain this. Voss opens his mouth. I raise one hand. Not me. Celine looks at me. You are literally connected to the floor. Temporary instructional issue. She stares. Then, against all probability, Renfall laughs. Just once. Voss looks at him. That matters more than the laugh itself. The alliance is gone. Not friendship. Not morality. Crack. Exactly enough. I get back to my feet. My students will be emerging soon. The final scores are still calculating. The hidden examiner is gone. The old faculty network is stronger. Voss's people no longer trust one another completely. And Examiner General Marr is standing inside the room he never wanted her to see. This is not victory. Not yet. But the board has changed. More importantly, Voss finally knows it. He looks at me with none of his usual amusement. Good. That means class is progressing. The final scores take 14 minutes to calculate. Voss spends all 14 pretending not to care. I spend them counting exits. Old habit. Useful one. The archive remains locked down by Imperial guards. Renwick sits against one wall with his hands visible. Renfall stands near the candidate records, pale and silent. Celine Marr has taken control of every active examination crystal. Nobody touches anything without her permission. Except me. I am still connected to half the floor. Technically. The necromantic network refuses to release cleanly. Black veins of light crawl beneath the archive tiles whenever I move. Celine notices. Is that dangerous? Yes. She waits. I add. Probably not immediately. Her stare sharpens. That is not reassuring. I was not trying to reassure you. She exhales once, then returns to the board. Good. Professional people are easier to work with than comforting ones. The first score appears. Hana Merel. Mana efficiency. S. Combat adaptation. A. Crisis response. S. Technique control. S. Composite certification. S. Rank qualified. Silence. Then a second result. Jurin Pell. Combat adaptation. S. Crisis response. S. Physical reinforcement. A. Composite certification. S. Rank qualified. Third. Milo Fen. Mana control. S. Pattern analysis. S. Crisis response. S. Composite certification. S. Rank qualified. Fourth. Tessa Vane. Barrier control. S. Crisis support. S. Team survival contribution. Exceptional. Composite certification. S. Rank qualified. One by one the board fills. Not all 32 immediately. 3 remain below. Then recalculated cooperative modifiers apply. One rises, then another. The last result flickers for several seconds. Everyone watches. Student 29. F rank raw output. Terrible casting speed. Perfect emergency triage performance. The system recalculates. Composite certification. S rank qualified. 32. All 32. For several seconds, no one speaks. Then the system displays one final summary. Classroom 7 qualification rate, 100%. I stare at it. Voss stops breathing for half a beat. There. That is the moment. Not when the student survived. Not when the old examiner fell. This. The number. Because institutions can dismiss stories. They struggle with percentages. Celine reads the summary twice, then turns toward me. Professor Drest. Yes. Your class entered with an average preliminary rank below C. Yes. Several were E or F. Yes. And every candidate achieved S rank certification. Yes. She looks like she dislikes how uninteresting I am making this. What did you do? Voss's eyes shift toward me. Renwick's too. Renfall looks genuinely curious. This answer matters. Too much detail exposes the mausoleum. Too little creates suspicion. So I tell the truth. I stopped training them for what they lacked. Celine says nothing. I trained each student for the scoring conditions they could dominate. I point toward Hana's record. Low output. High efficiency. Joran. Poor impulse control. Strong adaptation once he learned to wait. Milo. Excellent pattern memory. Performance collapse under known observation. Tessa. Low offensive value. Exceptional survival judgment. Then the others. Different failures. I look at the board. Different routes. Simple. Accurate. Incomplete. Perfect. Renfall looks down. He knows exactly what that means for the academy curriculum. His own students could have been trained differently. Voss knows too. He steps toward Celine. This proves optimization, not rank integrity. There. He finally attacks. Celine turns. Voss continues. S. Rank certification historically reflects broad combat capacity. Historically? I ask. He ignores me. These students were coached toward examination weaknesses. Correct. I say. He finally looks at me. That makes their results artificial. I tilt my head. Then your exam measures the wrong thing. The room goes still. Voss's expression hardens. I continue before he can interrupt. If a candidate can achieve S-rank certification without meeting your definition of S-rank capability, either the candidate cheated, I point toward the Imperial Board, or the exam certified exactly what it was designed to certify. Celine says, there is no evidence of candidate cheating. Then we are left with the second option. Voss steps closer. You exploited loopholes. Education is usually called preparation. Renfall almost laughs again. He stops himself. Barely. Voss hears it anyway. Good. Cracks widen when observed. Celine walks toward the historical records. She pulls 3 years of qualification data, then 10, then 20. Failure distribution appears. Low output candidates. Adaptive candidates. Support candidates. Students with abnormal mana structures. The same profiles fail disproportionately. Now compare their preliminary academic records. Many are strong. Not useless. Not hopeless. Mismatched. Celine sees it. Renfall sees it. Voss already knew. Renwick refuses to look. I say nothing. Let numbers teach. Eventually, Celine turns. Vice-Chancellor Voss. His posture becomes perfect again. Yes? Why were candidate profiles with strong non-standard performance repeatedly routed into high-fatality final sectors? Silence. Why were some of those candidates later recorded as soul storage assets? Renwick closes his eyes. Voss answers calmly. Legacy automation. Which office maintained it? No answer. Which office approved manual overrides? Still none. Her eyes move toward Renwick, candidate safety. He looks at Voss, then at Celine. There. The first real panic. Not moral, legal, much stronger. Renwick stands. I followed examination directives. Voss turns slowly. Bad move. Now everyone hears separation. Celine asks, from whom? Renwick hesitates. Voss says, Director. Too sharp. Too late. Renwick's face changes. He understands what Voss just did. Attempted containment. One subordinate. One scapegoat. Exactly the kind of behavior that turns accomplices into witnesses. Renwick laughs once. Not because anything is funny. Of course. Voss's eyes narrow. Renwick looks at Celine. The manual hazard authorization came from the Vice-Chancellor's office. There, first collapse. Voss does not react outwardly. Good training, Renwick continues. Candidate transfer protocols too. Tessa's abduction. Second collapse. Renfall steps away from Voss entirely. Now physical distance matches political distance. Useful. Celine activates a recording seal. Continue. Voss raises one hand. This proceeding has no formal authority. Celine looks at the imperial crest on her coat. Then at him. That is an unusual thing to say to the examiner, General. I almost smile. Voss finally stops pretending this is under control. He moves toward the archive exit. 2 imperial guards block him. I am Vice-Chancellor of St. Vera. Celine answers. And currently a material witness. That lands. Not prisoner. Not yet. But no longer master. I feel the system react. A notification forms across my vision. Institutional evaluation underway. Instructional legitimacy threshold approaching. Interesting. Recognition does not require affection. Apparently being discussed by an imperial authority counts. Good. I stay quiet. This is not my fight right now. The students are still in the medical hall. That matters more. I leave the archive once Celine permits it. Voss says nothing as I pass. Renfall does. Professor. I stop. He looks uncomfortable. Good. Comfort is overrated. My student. Lysa? Yes. What about her? He hesitates. Her final qualification begins tomorrow. I wait. He swallows pride. Will you review her adaptation sequence? There it is. Not apology, not friendship. Institutional movement. I look at him. Send her to classroom 7 at dawn. He nods once. That is enough. The medical hall is chaos. 32 certified S-rank students. Half injured. All loud. Joran has somehow acquired a bandage around his head despite no visible head injury. Milo is telling anyone who listens that his compression technique destroyed an S-rank construct. Hana corrects him every time. You redirected an attack. Still destroyed it. You redirected an attack. It exploded. After Tessa angled the barrier. Milo points at Tessa. She agrees with me. Tessa does not look up from her medical slate. I absolutely do not. Good. They sound alive. I enter. The room quiets. That bothers me. Why did you stop? Joran grins. Professor. Yes. We passed. I noticed. All of us. Yes. He waits, apparently expecting something. I stare back. Eventually Hana says, You could congratulate us. I could. Silence. Milo leans toward Joran. He's not going to. No. I walk to the center. 32 faces follow. I look at the bandages, broken arms, burn marks, mana fatigue. Then the certification seals glowing beside their names. Your scores are valid. They straighten. Your rank is official. Milo smiles. Your weaknesses are also still real. Smiles disappear. There. Balance restored. I continue. Hana still has low raw output. She nods. Joran still commits too aggressively when angry. He opens his mouth. I look at him. He closes it. Milo still loses stability under sudden social pressure. Milo looks offended. Tessa still prioritizes others strongly enough to compromise her own position. Tessa says nothing. She knows. I look across the room. Passing did not erase any of that. Silence. It proved those weaknesses do not define your ceiling. Different silence. Better. I turn toward the door. Recover. Joran calls after me. That's it? Yes. No speech? No. Celebration? Not with academy food. That gets laughter. Good. I leave before it becomes sentimental. I have work. The mausoleum is waiting. When I return underground, every scholar is standing. All 1,000. I did not command that. Interesting. The old examiner's absorbed energy restored most of the damaged faculty. Several corpses have changed. Small things. Straightened posture. Repaired limbs. Academic seals relit. The black-jawed instructor stands at the front. Milo's master. Still ridiculous. Still effective. The silver-haired scholar stands beside him. Master Fist on the other side. Behind them, rows of ancient faculty fill the chamber. I step onto the central platform. The system notification returns. Teacher authority requirement satisfied. Scholar network requirement satisfied. Student performance requirement satisfied. Institutional recognition requirement pending final declaration. Annoying. Of course there is a declaration. Then voices echo above. Many. I extend the sentries. Students. Faculty. Imperial staff. Too many to hide from. The outer mausoleum doors open. Celine enters first. Behind her comes Renfall, then 5 Imperial officials, then 12 Academy instructors, then students, dozens, more. The same ones who waited outside Classroom 7, Lysa among them. Nobody speaks when they see the faculty. 1,000 corpses standing in perfect rows. Renfall goes pale. He recognizes some academic insignia. Celine stops beside me. So this is how. Yes. She looks around. You failed to mention 1,000 undead instructors. It seemed like unnecessary detail. Her stare suggests disagreement. Fair. She walks toward the nearest plaque. Reads. Adaptive rank development. Then another. Cognitive casting rehabilitation. Then tactical spell reconstruction. Her expression changes. She understands. This was the old faculty. Yes. Renfall touches one plaque. His hand shakes. My grandfather studied under this department. Interesting. He looks at the corpse rows differently now. Not horror, recognition. That helps. Then Celine asks the question I expected. Are they sentient? No. Conscious? Not normally. Bound souls? Fragments. She looks at me sharply. I clarify. Instructional imprints, repetition patterns, limited residual identity. The black-jawed scholar turns toward Milo as he enters behind the crowd. Milo raises his wrist automatically. The corpse taps its own. Celine notices. So limited, apparently. Milo walks to the scholar. The entire chamber watches. He bows. The corpse does not bow back. Instead, it adjusts his elbow. Naturally, laughter moves through the students. Tension breaks. Useful. Celine walks to the training board. Hana's old scores remain there. Before, after. Same for Joran, Milo, Tessa, dozens more. Then the outside students from yesterday. Evidence everywhere, not magic claims. Results. Celine studies the records, then turns toward the gathered faculty. Who maintained this program? Nobody answers, because nobody knew it existed. Renfall finally says, no one. I correct him. They did. I gesture toward the dead. The system built itself around repetition, preserved teaching, abandoned infrastructure, 1,000 specialists left underground, while the academy above standardized everyone into categories. The irony is almost too easy. Celine looks at me. What do you intend to do with them? There it is. The real question. Army? Weapon? Secret? Leverage? I look across the chamber. At living students. At dead scholars. At academy instructors. at Imperial officials, then at the damaged training walls. I intend to keep teaching. Celine's eyebrows rise. That answer surprises her. Good, I continue. Students who fit standard instruction can remain upstairs. Renfall stiffens. Fair. Students who do not can train here. Whispers spread. I point toward the plaques. Low, output candidates. Adaptive learners. Support specialists. Unstable mana structures. Anyone the Academy keeps calling? Hopeless because they are expensive to teach. Voss's system optimized people out of education. Mine optimizes instruction around them. Simple. Not cheap. Not easy. But possible. One Imperial official steps forward. You are proposing a second academy? No. I glance around. This one already exists. That lands better than expected. Even Celine pauses. The official looks at the dead faculty. This facility has no charter. Then write one. He almost chokes. Excellent. Celine does not. She looks at the examination results floating above her slate. 32 S-rank certifications, then the external students' improved scores, then the old departmental records. The system reacts inside my vision. Recognition threshold waiting. One sentence. That is all. Not from me. From authority. Celine exhales. Then speaks. Pending Imperial review, this facility is recognized as an emergency adaptive instruction center under my examination authority. The system explodes. Black light surges through the mausoleum. Every scholar straightens, every academic seal ignites. 1,000 dead eyes burn with cold blue fire. The floor runes expand. Walls hum. Dormant classrooms open. Ancient boards activate. Mana channels reconnect. The entire buried academy wakes. A notification floods my vision. Institutional recognition confirmed. Necromancer instructor advancement complete. Class evolved. Sovereign Necromancer professor. I close my eyes. Of course it has a ridiculous name. Another notification follows. Command capacity expanded. Scholar synchronization increased. Lesson field advanced. New function unlocked. Grand lecture. That one gets my attention. I focus. Grand lecture allows full domain instructional synchronization. One technique. One command. 1,000 scholars. Temporary shared execution. Extremely high authority cost. Extremely high necromantic reserve cost. Dangerous network recoil. Excellent. I look at the 1,000 faculty, then at the students. This ability is absolutely unnecessary for teaching a normal class, which means sooner or later someone is going to make the mistake of giving me a reason to use it. Fine. I will remember. Behind us, footsteps approach. Imperial guards. More than before. They escort Vice-Chancellor Voss into the mausoleum. His hands are not restrained. Yet, Renwick walks behind him, also escorted. Voss sees the awakened faculty. For the first time, he looks small, not physically, structurally. This entire place exists because the system he buried survived without him. Celine turns. Vice-Chancellor Voss. He looks at her. You are temporarily suspended from examination authority pending formal review. Silence. 100 students hear it, then 200. Faculty too. His power does not disappear instantly, but it cracks publicly. That matters. He looks at me. The expression is not desperation, not yet. Hatred. Good. Villain arc still has room. He speaks quietly. You think this changes anything? I remember his earlier words. Every student behind you is academically worthless. You truly are hopeless dressed. By tomorrow afternoon, none of it will matter. I do not answer yet. Not time. Those words are better saved. Voss continues. You have built a spectacle. I look at 1,000 undead scholars, then at 32 S-rank graduates, then at the line of students waiting to enter the training hall. Perhaps. His eyes harden. This institution will never accept what you are. There. Still arrogance. Good. I step closer. Which institution? He stops. I gesture around us. The old faculty, the imperial officials, the students. The instructor's already studying the buried curriculum. St. Vera is no longer one thing. That is his real problem. Control requires uniformity. I just gave everyone an alternative. Voss looks past me. At Renfall. Renfall does not meet his eyes. At Renwick, Renwick looks away. At Academy staff, some whisper, some stare, some already calculate how to use the adaptive program. The alliance is broken. The trap is working, and Voss still thinks his only danger is public embarrassment. Good, because I am not finished with him. Not even close. The system notification fades. Then one final alert appears. Unauthorized external command detected in deep mausoleum sector. I stop. Someone else is accessing the old infrastructure, not Voss. He is standing in front of me. The signal originates beneath the Western Foundation. Deep. Older than the main faculty crypt. The 1,000 scholars turn their heads at once. Every one. Same direction. The black-jawed instructor steps forward. Its new bone jaw clicks. Once. Not correction. Warning. I extend the network. Something answers from below. Not a corpse. Not the examiner. A living mana signature. Ancient Access Authority. And whoever carries it just activated a sealed section of the Academy that even Voss appears not to know exists. I look toward the western wall. The stone begins to crack. Perfect. We finally stabilized the school. Naturally, something underneath it has decided to wake up. The western wall opens by itself. Not dramatically. No explosion. No ancient scream. One line appears in the stone. Then another. Blocks separate with mechanical precision until a black doorway stands where solid foundation existed 5 seconds ago. Every undead scholar stops moving. 1,000 heads turn. That is enough to make the living students go silent. Celine Marr looks at me. Did you do that? No. Voss laughs. It is quiet. But I hear it. I turn. He is staring at the doorway. Not confused anymore. Relieved. Interesting. You know what this is. His expression resets too late. I know this academy better than you. That was not my question. Imperial guards tighten around him. Renwick steps farther away. Renfall does not move. The black-jawed instructor walks toward the doorway without my command. I stop him mentally. He stops. Barely. The resistance surprises me. Something beyond that door is pulling on the scholar network, not controlling it, calling it. The silver-haired scholar reacts next. Then Master Fist. Academic seals across their ruined uniforms flicker. Old authority. I feel the same signal inside the network. Faculty summons. Attendance compulsory. The irony would be funny if 1,000 corpses were not trying to obey it. I reinforce my command. Stay. This time the network settles. The effort costs more authority than it should. Celine notices the black lines beneath my feet brighten. Problem? Yes. What kind? Something below us believes my faculty belongs to it. Voss smiles. There. Too satisfied. I look at him. You expected this. No. You wanted it. Silence. Better. He does not deny that one. The doorway activates. A man walks through. Living. That is immediately worse. He appears no older than 50. Dark academy robes. No modern Saint Vera insignia. Instead, 7 silver rings are embroidered around his collar. His hair is iron gray. His posture is straight. His mana pressure is absurd. Not explosive. Compressed. The kind that makes every small movement feel deliberate. He looks at the gathered Imperial officers, then the students, then the undead faculty. Finally, me. His eyes stop. Necromancer. Not professor. Not dressed. Category first. Useful. I say nothing. He steps fully into the mausoleum. 3 figures follow. 2 armored attendants. 1 woman carrying a black ledger bound in metal. All wear the 7-ring symbol. Renfall goes pale. I notice. Celine does too. She asks, You recognize them? Renfall answers without looking away. The 7 chairs. I know the name. Barely. St. Vera history mentions 7 founding examination authorities. Ceremonial offices abolished more than a century ago. Apparently nobody informed them. Voss finally speaks. Chairman Edrin Vale. There it is. Name, role, power structure. Vale looks toward him. Vice-Chancellor Voss. No warmth, no surprise. Voss lowers his head slightly. Not submission, respect. Still useful. Celine's expression hardens. The 7 chairs were dissolved by imperial decree. Vale looks at her as if she quoted an outdated textbook. The public 7 chairs were. That sentence creates immediate silence. Good. Hidden authority. Exactly what this academy needed. Another layer. Vale walks toward the nearest dead scholar. The corpse's academic seal glows brighter. He lifts 2 fingers. The scholar steps toward him. I command it to stop. It stops halfway. Vale looks at me. Our commands collide through the network. Cold pressure hits my skull. I push back. The corpse trembles, then returns to my side. Vale's eyebrows rise. Not anger, interest. That is worse. Remarkable. I do not like being called remarkable by people with secret basements. He turns toward Voss. You allowed this? Voss's jaw tightens. I contained it. I look around at 1,000 awakened scholars, imperial officers, dozens of students, and an emergency adaptive academy operating under provisional recognition. Contained. Excellent word choice. Vale's expression becomes almost pitying. No. One word. Voss visibly hates it. Good. There is always someone higher in the hierarchy. Useful reminder. Vale moves to the central platform. Celine blocks his path. This facility is under imperial examination protection. Temporarily. My authority remains active. For today's examination. He glances toward her gold seal. Not for founding assets. Celine's eyes narrow. Those assets include human remains. Former faculty. Former people. Vale smiles faintly. Administrative language has improved since my predecessor's era. I immediately dislike him. Efficiently. The woman with the black ledger opens it. Pages turn without her touching them. Names appear. Department records. Burial authorizations. Faculty transfer orders. Then ownership seals. Ownership. There it is. Vale gestures toward the corpses. The instructional remnants beneath St. Vera are property of the Continuity Council. Celine says, there is no Continuity Council recognized under imperial law. Recognition is not required for continuity. That sounds like something powerful people say immediately before discovering why recognition matters. I store it. Vale finally looks at me directly. You have activated restricted faculty remnants. Yes. Converted them into necromantic units. Not exactly. You command them. Yes. You extracted instruction from them. Yes. You used those instructions to manufacture 32 S-rank certifications. I tilt my head. Manufacture? He smiles. There. Arrogance. Polished. Structural. Much better than Voss's. Professor dressed. Talented students require development. He looks toward classroom 7. Failures require engineering. The room changes. 32 students hear him. Hana's face becomes still. Joran's hands tighten. Milo touches his wrist. Tessa watches me. I memorize the sentence. Not for now. Later. Vale continues. You did not educate them. He gestures toward the dead scholars. You assembled compensations around deficiencies. I glance at Hana. Then Milo. Then Tessa. Nobody moves. Good. They no longer require me to defend them immediately. Celine says, the Imperial examination certified their performance. Vale turns toward her. The Imperial examination certified what it was permitted to see. That sentence tells me everything. He does not believe the system is broken. He believes he owns the definition. Now I understand the 7 chairs. Not administrators. Custodians of rank scarcity. If adaptive teaching turns failures into high performers, then S rank stops being scarce. Scarcity supports hierarchy. Hierarchy supports authority. Authority supports people like Vale. Simple. Ugly. Useful. Voss steps forward. This is what I warned the council about. Vale looks at him. You warned us after losing control. The words hit harder than shouting. Voss's face remains neutral. Almost. Vale continues. You were instructed to keep adaptive infrastructure dormant. I did. 1,000 faculty remnants are standing behind a failed instructor. I lift a finger. Formerly failed. Vale looks at me. Joran laughs. Bad timing. Worth it. Vale's mouth twitches. Then he turns back to Voss. You allowed Imperial Examination Authority into the lower archive. Voss says nothing. You allowed candidate casualty records to surface. Still nothing. You allowed this man to secure provisional institutional recognition. Voss's jaw tightens. There. Public humiliation. Not from me. Better. Vale concludes. And now students are asking whether rank is trainable. Silence. That is the actual offense. Not necromancy. Questions. I almost admire the clarity. Vale faces the gathered students. His voice carries without amplification. Saint Vera exists because talent is measurable. I remain quiet. Rank protects society from false confidence. Still quiet. Not every student can become exceptional. Reasonable. Then he ruins it. And those who cannot should know their place before their weakness becomes expensive. There. Peak arrogance arriving early. Students shift. Several from outside classroom 7 look down. Old reflex. Conditioned. Hana does not. Neither do mine. Vale notices. His attention returns to me. You have made weak students dangerous. Thank you. That was not praise. I know. He steps closer. Do you? Yes. I point toward the students. They passed an S-rank exam that tried unusually hard to kill them. Celine's gaze shifts toward Voss. Good. Vale does not react. That exam was compromised. By your people? Voss looks at him. Interesting. Vale smiles. By incompetence. Voss goes very still. There. Another fracture. Vale is willing to sacrifice him. Voss finally realizes it. Good. The trap I planted around faculty methods, public scores, and investigation is becoming deeper without my help. Vale continues. The certifications will be reviewed. Joran takes one step forward. I raise one finger without looking. He stops. Progress. Celine says, You lack authority to revoke Imperial certification. Vale's expression remains calm. I do not need to revoke it. He looks at the students. I need only ensure no institution recognizes it. There. That is the weapon. Guild placement, military recruitment, scholarships, relic access, licensing. S rank on paper means little if every organization controlled by the same network refuses to honor it. The students understand. Milo's face falls. Tessa looks toward Celine. Hana looks at me. I am already calculating. Vale sees their reaction. His confidence increases. Rank is not a score. He taps the 7-ring insignia. It is consensus. That is almost intelligent. Almost. I look at Celine. She looks furious. Useful. Then at Voss. He looks frightened. More useful. Then at the Black Ledger. Most useful. Consensus requires coordination. Coordination produces records. Records produce leverage. Vale has just brought the records into my classroom. How generous. I smile. Hana sees it. Her shoulders relax immediately. Vale notices. What? Nothing. You are smiling. I occasionally do that. Why? Administrative opportunity. He stares. Good. Confusion is the first crack in arrogance. I do not attack it yet. Vale turns toward the woman with the ledger. Registrar Sorn. She steps forward. Record the adaptive facility for reclamation. Celine blocks her. No. Vale barely looks at her. Examiner General. No remains. Leave this site until the investigation concludes. They are council property. They are evidence. Excellent. Vale pauses. Legal conflict. Not power conflict. Harder. He looks toward Voss. Your archive records caused this. There is contempt now. Voss's humiliation deepens. Perfect. I need him desperate. Not yet broken. Desperate people make investments. Remember the trap. Part 3. Create bait. Done. Part 6. Enemy interacts and believes. Done. Part 8. Arrogance peaks. Now I need him to commit deeper. I look at Voss. He avoids my gaze. That tells me he is already thinking. Good. Vale changes approach. Very well. He turns toward Celine. Keep the bodies. Then toward me. Relinquish command authority. No. No hesitation. his eyes narrow. Professor dressed. No. The faculty predates you. Yes. Their imprints belong to St. Vera's founding structure. No. That finally irritates him. You dispute archival ownership? I dispute ownership of teachers. Silence. Vale says, they are dead. Then ownership seems even stranger. A few students laugh nervously. Vale does not. He raises one hand. The 7-ring insignia glows. The entire mausoleum shakes. 1,000 scholar seals ignite. The dead faculty begin turning toward him. Not all. Enough. My network tears. Pain explodes behind my eyes. I reinforce command. Black lines spread across the floor. Vale's authority is not necromancy, it is legacy access. He does not command the corpses, he commands the academy records attached to them, names, faculty seals, departmental assignments, institutional hierarchy. Clever. The dead bodies remember obedience through preserved imprint. 100 scholars step forward. Then 200. I stop them. Authority burns. 300. The silver-haired scholar trembles. Master Fist's hands clench. The black-jawed instructor bends forward as if something is dragging him by the spine. Milo steps toward him. Master. The corpse looks at Milo. Then at Vale. Its jaw clicks. Once. Twice. The system alert flashes external institutional command overriding legacy, scholar identity, evolution instability detected. There. Evolution. Pending. Not ready. Foreshadow confirmed. The black bone in his jaw spreads slightly down his neck. Runes ignite along his collarbone. Then stop. He resists Vale's command. Not because of me. Because of Milo. Interesting. The student-teacher bond is becoming part of the imprint. New identity layered over old institutional authority. That changes the mechanism. I push my command differently. Not obey me. Remember them. Lesson field activates at low intensity. I connect each active scholar to the living students they trained. Hana, Milo, Yorin, Tissa, Lusa, dozens more. Fragments of practice move through the network. Corrections, repetitions, successful casts, failed casts, learning. The scholars stop. Vale's expression changes. I keep the field small. No grand lecture. Not yet. Too expensive, and I do not want him seeing everything. Vale increases pressure. The 7 rings burn brighter. The faculty seals answer. For 3 seconds, the entire network becomes a tug-of-war between old hierarchy and recent instruction. Then the silver-haired scholar turns away from Vale. She walks toward Hana, adjusts her shoulder. Hana blinks. The corpse points toward her stance. In the middle of a power struggle, she is still teaching. Perfect. Master Fist walks toward Joran, punches him in the stomach. Joran folds. Why now? The corpse points at his feet. His stance was wrong. Of course. The black-jawed instructor steps beside Milo. Taps his wrist. The network stabilizes. Vale's authority breaks. Not completely. Enough. 200 scholars return. Then 400. Then all 1,000. Every dead instructor faces the students. Not me. Not Vale. Students. There. That is the new center of authority. I understand the class better now. Necromancer instructor was never about controlling dead teachers. It was about preserving the act of teaching. Vale's legacy access controls employment. My network controls instruction. The dead know which one mattered more. Vale lowers his hand. His face is calm. His eyes are not. Good. He just lost publicly. Students saw it. Imperial officers saw it. Voss definitely saw it. I make sure not to celebrate. Vale recovers quickly. Interesting trick. Denial. Expected. He looks toward the faculty. Temporary resonance. Maybe. I do not know. He could be right. No omniscience. I file the risk away. Vale turns toward Voss. Contain the spread. Voss looks at him. You suspended me. From examination authority. Vale steps closer. Not from administrative responsibility. There. The hook enters. Voss is humiliated. Threatened. But suddenly given a path back. Exactly the condition that makes desperate men overcommit. I stay silent. Vale continues. Tomorrow morning, St. Vera will hold the annual convocation of ranks. Renfall's head rises. Students whisper. The convocation is normally ceremonial. Certified candidates receive formal placements. Guild representatives attend. Military recruiters. Academy patrons. Regional rank officers. Consensus. Vale's favorite word. He is bringing the entire network into one room. I almost want to thank him. Vale looks at me. Your 32 students may attend. Generous. They may present their certifications. His smile returns. Then every recognized institution will decide whether those certifications mean anything. There it is. Public execution. Not physical. Social. Structural. He wants to prove Classroom 7's success is an anomaly nobody will honor. He believes authority will crush evidence. This is his arrogance peak. Perfect. I glance at Voss. His eyes are fixed on Vale. Thinking. Vale gives him one final instruction. Prepare the convocation. Voss lowers his head. Yes, Chairman. But his voice is wrong. Too controlled. He hates him now. Excellent. Vale turns toward me. And Professor? Yes? Bring your students. I was planning to. Bring the corpses too. That surprises everyone. Even Celine. Vale smiles. Let the city see exactly what produced these so-called S-ranks. Ah, there it is. He wants disgust. He wants 1,000 undead teachers standing behind weak students. He expects the spectacle to destroy legitimacy. He wants society to choose hierarchy over necromancy. Reasonable gamble. If the corpses look like monsters, if the students look dependent, if I appear to be manipulating them, he has misunderstood the board. Again, I nod. Fine. Hana looks at me. Celine looks at me. Even Voss looks at me. Vale seems pleased. Good, let him. He leaves through the western doorway. Registrar Sorn follows. The armored attendants last. The stone closes behind them. Silence returns. Then Joran straightens slowly. Did you just agree to parade 1,000 corpses through the academy? Yes. Why? Because he asked. That makes it worse. Milo looks at the black-jawed scholar. Are they going to take them? No. You sound sure. I am not. That shuts him up. Good. I walk toward the central platform. We have less than a day. Vale has legacy authority, unknown depth, unknown network, unknown number of institutions aligned with him. He may genuinely be able to invalidate the practical value of 32 S-rank certifications. That is a real threat. So we prepare for it, not by becoming stronger. Wrong problem. Again, we need independence. If guilds refuse my students, they need alternatives. If relic access closes, we need resources. If academy facilities become hostile, we need infrastructure. If public opinion turns, we need evidence. I look at Tessa. Inventory. She straightens. Everything? Everything usable. Old relic batteries, training chambers, medical equipment, repair stations, records. She nods and moves. Hana. Yes? Document every before and after performance record. Already started. Of course. Continue. Joran. He looks worried. Why do I feel like I'm getting the bad job? Security. He grins. Never mind. Milo. Yes? I look at the black-jawed scholar. Its evolution marks have faded, not gone. Black runes remain under the collarbone. Train with him. Milo blinks. Now? Yes. What am I training? I don't know. He looks offended. That's not very teacher-like. It is extremely teacher-like. I point at the corpse. Something changed when Vale tried to command him. Milo studies the marks. The corpse studies him. Find out what? There. Foreshadow continues. No sudden evolution later without groundwork. The rest of the class receives assignments. No heroics. No speeches. Preparation. Within an hour, the mausoleum becomes even busier. Dead artificers inspect equipment. Students copy records. Support teams map access tunnels. Imperial staff seal evidence rooms. Celine sends formal notices preventing removal of remains. Renfall starts comparing the old adaptive curriculum to modern instruction. He does it reluctantly, then obsessively. Typical teacher. Voss disappears upstairs. I let him. That is important. Hannah notices. You're not having anyone watch Voss? I have 3 sentries near the administration wing. So you are? Yes. She waits. I add nothing. Voss must believe he has privacy. The trap needs him to invest deeper. By late afternoon, my sentry detects him meeting with 2 faculty accountants and 1 convocation clerk. Interesting. Then another meeting. Guild liaison office. Then relic licensing. Then Academy Donor Council. He is moving fast, exactly what Vale ordered, except one detail. He is requesting sealed copies of adaptive training reports. My reports. The incomplete ones. The bait. Excellent. Hannah brings me the newest performance archive. I sign it. She watches my expression. What did he do? Voss? Yes. He copied more material. Why are you pleased? Because he still believes the public explanation. She frowns. I remind her. Reduced output drills, individual weakness mapping, efficiency correction. The methods you submitted. Yes. Those work. Yes. But they aren't. Why we improved so fast. Correct. She understands. He's going to use them. He already is. For the convocation? Probably. She thinks. Then her eyes narrow. He wants another class to reproduce our results. Now she sees it. If Voss presents ordinary adaptive drills and another elite class improves rapidly, he can claim Classroom 7's success came from a simple curriculum adjustment. No need for necromancy, no need for old faculty, no need for me. He can separate the results from the buried academy. Then Vale can reclaim the corpses. Smart. Desperate. Exactly the investment I wanted. The problem? The incomplete method works. Just not fast enough. Voss is betting that elite students need less correction. He may get impressive gains. That could hurt me. I do not stop him, because the deeper he invests, the more people witness the method, and the more obvious the missing piece becomes when results plateau. Trap continuity. He trusted the bait in Part 6. Now he is spending political capital on it. Good. I send no warning. No interference. I simply let him continue. At sunset, the first rumor arrives. Class 1 students are being retrained for a demonstration. By evening, Class 2 joins. By night, Voss announces a special convocation challenge. St. Vera's elite classes will publicly demonstrate modern adaptive instruction alongside Classroom 7. Joran reads the notice, then looks at me. He stole your idea. Yes. And challenged us with it. Yes. And you knew he would? I hoped. He stares. You are deeply unpleasant. Train. He walks away muttering. Good. Milo remains with the black-jawed scholar. They have spent hours testing the evolution response. Nothing dramatic happens. Good. That is how preparation usually looks. They recreate Vale's institutional command pressure using old faculty seals. The black-jawed scholar resists weak commands, struggles under stronger ones. Each time Milo touches its wrist, resistance improves. The system displays fragments, identity reinforcement, student-linked imprint strengthening, evolution compatibility increasing, not ready, but moving. Milo notices one more thing. Professor. I walk over. What? When I perform compression, he copies me now. I watch. Milo raises 2 fingers. Rotates, compresses mana. The scholar mirrors him. That is reversed. Originally corpse to student. Now student to corpse. Interesting. Again, Milo repeats. The corpse copies, faster. I activate lesson field briefly. 3 nearby scholars reproduce fragments. Then the network returns the technique toward the black-jawed instructor. The runes under his collarbone flare. Evolution pending. There. Clear. Enough. I shut it down. Milo looks disappointed. Why stop? Because I prefer discovering explosive side effects before public ceremonies. Fair. The black-jawed scholar taps his wrist. Milo sighs. Again. Yes, I know. Good. Night settles over St. Vera. Above us, Voss prepares his demonstration. Vale prepares his public judgment. Guilds prepare to reject my students. Patrons prepare speeches about traditional rank. Faculty prepare to defend their careers. Students prepare to watch. Everyone thinks tomorrow is about whether Classroom 7 deserves S rank. It is not. Tomorrow is about who gets to define what S rank means. I walk through the rows of undead scholars. 1,000 instructors. 1,000 preserved methods. 1,000 pieces of an academy someone tried to erase. At the center, my 32 students train without needing orders. Hana conserves. Joran waits. Tessa coordinates. Milo teaches his dead instructor. That last one makes me stop. The black-jawed scholar mirrors Milo's compression. Milo corrects its wrist. The corpse adjusts. For the first time, the direction of instruction is completely reversed. I feel the network respond. Not evolution. Not yet. Something deeper. The system records both of them as teacher and student simultaneously. Interesting. Very interesting. I store it. Tomorrow. The convocation of ranks. Vale expects an execution. Voss expects redemption. The guilds expect weak students begging for recognition. I expect paperwork. And somewhere inside all that arrogance, someone is going to make a mistake. My job is simply to make sure everyone is watching when it happens. The convocation of ranks begins with applause. That is how I know something is wrong. Saint Vera does not applaud failures. It barely applauds success. Yet when Classroom 7 walks into the grand examination hall, nearly 3,000 people rise. Students, faculty, guild recruiters, military representatives, academy patrons, regional licensing officers, imperial observers, and enough politicians to turn any educational ceremony into a crime scene. The sound rolls across the hall. Joran looks around. This is unsettling. Yes, we're being applauded. That is the unsettling part. Hana keeps walking. Milo touches his wrist. Tessa scans exits. Good. 32 S-rank certification seals hang from their uniforms. No borrowed armor, no ceremonial weapons, no attempt to make them look stronger than they are. I want the room to see them clearly. Weak raw stats. Imperfect bodies. Real results. Behind us come the dead. 1,000 scholars enter St. Vera's Grand Hall in absolute silence. That ends the applause. Better. The first rows recoil. Several patrons stand. One guild representative reaches for a weapon. Imperial guards tense. Celine Marr remains seated. She expected this. Chairman Edrin Vale does not move at all. He sits at the center of the upper dais beneath 7 silver rings. Voss stands 3 positions to his right, no longer at the center. That irritates him. Useful. 1,000 undead instructors spread behind Classroom 7. Perfect lines this time. We practiced. I refuse to be publicly humiliated by staircase logistics twice. The black-jawed scholar stands behind Milo. Silver-haired efficiency specialist behind Hana. Master Fist behind Joran. Tessa requested no personal instructor. Instead, 6 support scholars position around her. Appropriate. Vale rises. The hall goes silent. Welcome to the annual convocation of ranks. His voice carries effortlessly. This ceremony exists to affirm not merely performance, but trust. There it is, consensus. Again, he looks toward my students. Rank is a promise made by institutions to society. Reasonable. An S-rank certificate means a guild may trust its holder with lives. Reasonable. A military command may trust that candidate with a battlefield. Still reasonable. A city may trust that individual with crisis authority. Then he turns toward the corpses. And trust cannot be manufactured through spectacle. There it is, the blade, polite, sharp, expected, whispers spread. Vale raises one hand. A projection appears above the central arena, Classroom 7's scores. Then their preliminary ranks. F, E, D. The contrast is brutal. The audience murmurs louder. Vale continues. Yesterday, 32 candidates with historically low profiles achieved extraordinary examination results. He looks toward me. Professor Drest attributes this to adaptive education. I attribute it to students' learning. He ignores me. Expected. St. Vera has therefore reproduced his published methods. There, Voss's investment enters the stage. 2 academy classes walk into the opposite side of the arena. Class 1, Class 2. Elite students. Lysa among them. She sees me. Says nothing. Good. The board displays their pre-training scores. Already high. A rank average. Several near S. Then new scores appear. Improved efficiency. Improved adaptation. Reduced mana waste. The audience reacts immediately. Voss smiles. Of course. His incomplete version worked. I expected that. What I did not expect is how well. Several elite students improved by more than 20% overnight. Interesting. He optimized the drills aggressively. Maybe Renfall helped. Maybe others. Does not matter. Vale gestures toward the board. Adaptive techniques are useful. Agreement spreads. Then he looks at the undead. But they do not require necromancy. There. First trap layer. Classroom 7's miracle gets separated from the corpses. Vale wants the dead faculty declared unnecessary. Voss wants my method absorbed into St. Vera. Both need the same public conclusion. I look at Hannah. She already understands. No reaction. Good. Vale continues. The Academy will incorporate effective adaptive methods into standard curriculum. Applause. Teachers like hearing that reform does not require surrender. Therefore, the remains beneath St. Vera will be returned to protected archival custody. More applause. Less enthusiastic. Students know what that means now. Milo looks at the black-jawed scholar. The corpse taps his wrist. Once, Milo relaxes. Useful creature. Vale looks directly at me. Professor dressed. Relinquish command. No. The hall erupts. Perfect. Vale expected hesitation. Public pressure. Maybe argument. I give him one syllable. He waits. So you refuse lawful institutional reclamation? Yes. On what grounds? They are still working. Laughter breaks somewhere in the student sections. Vale does not enjoy it. Good. He gestures toward the elite classes. Their knowledge has already been reproduced. No. That stops the room. Voss finally looks at me. There. He expected resistance, not contradiction. I walk toward the central board. Your demonstration proved the bait works. Hana's eyes sharpen. Voss goes still. Vale says, bait? I look at Voss. He knows, not fully, enough to become nervous. The supplemental report I submitted contained genuine techniques. I point toward Class 1's improved results, reduced output practice. Then Class 2, individual weakness mapping, efficiency correction, adaptive repetition. I turn toward the audience. All real. Vale's expression relaxes slightly, too early. All incomplete. The room shifts. Voss steps forward. Explain. I smile faintly. No. His face hardens. That is for the audience. Then I continue. I submitted methods that any instructor could reproduce without access to the old faculty. Vale says, which proves my point, only if yesterday's improvement plateaued. Silence. I look at the board. Run the second cycle scores. Voss does not move. Good. Celine does. She lifts her examination seal. Imperial records override the Academy projection. Fresh numbers appear. Class 1. Initial improvement. High. Second cycle improvement. Marginal. Class 2. Initial improvement. Moderate. Second cycle improvement. Negligible. Several candidates regressed under complex scenarios. Whispers spread. Renfall closes his eyes briefly. He knew. Of course. He teaches Lysa. He saw the plateau. Voss looks at him. Renfall does not return the look. Trap stage 3. Deep investment. First doubt. Exactly on schedule. Vale studies the numbers. Short-term fluctuation. I nod. Possible. That catches him. I do not need to pretend certainty. Which is why I brought a control group. The side doors open. 73 students enter. Not classroom 7. The students who trained underground yesterday. Mixed ranks. Mixed classes. Mixed specialties. Lysa leaves class 2 and joins them. Renfall watches her go. He does not stop her. Good. The projection displays their records. Before training. After first cycle. After second. After third. The gains continue. Not perfectly. Some plateau. Some accelerate. Some improve in only one category. Messy. Real. Vale stares. Voss finally understands the scale of what happened underground. His face changes. Just slightly. There is the doubt he should have had yesterday. I look at him. You believe the report explained everything. He says nothing. You copied it. Silence. You convinced faculty to adopt it. Several instructors shift uncomfortably. You used it to build today's demonstration. Now everyone is looking at him. Good, I finish. And you never once asked why 32 failures improved faster than your elite students. Voss's jaw tightens. Necromantic enhancement. No, I point toward Lysa. She is alive. Then the others. All alive. None bound. None possessed. None receiving power from my undead. Celine says, Imperial scans confirm that. Load-bearing statement. Perfect. Vale looks at her. She continues. No external enhancement was detected in any certified candidate. The hall erupts again. Now the narrative breaks. If the corpses are not empowering the students, then what are they doing? Teaching. Exactly. Vale raises his voice. Silence. The hall quiets slowly. He looks at me, then demonstrate. There. I expected that too. Gladly. I turn toward Milo. Come here. He walks into the arena. The black-jawed scholar follows. Vale watches carefully. I point toward the corpse. What did he teach you first? 5-step mana compression. Demonstrate. Milo does. 2 fingers. Rotation, compression. A dense sphere forms. Stable. Easy now. I point toward the corpse. Your turn. The black-jawed instructor mirrors Milo. Perfectly. Murmurs. Vale's eyes narrow. I continue. Again. Milo changes the sequence. Adds a minor correction he discovered yesterday. The corpse copies. The audience goes quiet. I turn toward them. When I first raised this scholar, instruction moved one direction. I point from corpse to student, dead to living, then reverse. Now it moves both ways. Vale's expression changes. There. He did not know this. Good. Why does that matter? I ask. Nobody answers. I look at the faculty section. Because the old scholars are not a library. Then the students. They are a learning network. The word lands. Exactly the threat Vale fears. I activate lesson field. Low power. Safe enough. Black lines spread through the arena. 100 scholars connect. Milo demonstrates the corrected compression again. The black-jawed instructor copies. Then 3 more scholars. Then 12. Then 30. Different bodies. Different specialties. Each reproduces fragments. Not perfect, but improving. The audience stares. I stop the field. No need to show grand lecture. Not yet. That is the missing piece. I look at Voss. You copied the exercises. Then Vale. You wanted to confiscate the instructors. Then the audience. Neither of you understood the system. Silence. Good. I continue. Every student teaches the network back. Every successful correction improves future instruction. Every failure becomes data. Every specialist preserves technique. Every new student expands compatibility. Not power. Infrastructure. That is why this scares them. Not because I have 1,000 corpses. Because I have 1,000 teachers that become better when students learn. Vale steps down from the dais. Slowly. You are describing an uncontrolled academic engine. Yes. He expected denial. I give him agreement. That alone is grounds for seizure. Celine rises. No. Vale turns. She holds up an imperial document, not while it remains under emergency instructional recognition. His expression hardens. Your recognition expires today. Then the council may petition after expiration. There. Procedure. Vale hates procedure when it belongs to someone else. He looks toward Voss. Terminate the demonstration. Voss hesitates. Only 1 second. But everyone sees it. There. Doubt. Trap stage 3 complete. He has invested his reputation in the copied method. Now Vale wants the event shut down before Voss can salvage it. Their incentives diverge. Excellent. Vale repeats. Vice-Chancellor. Voss's face becomes rigid. The convocation challenge has not concluded. Silence. Vale looks at him. You were given an instruction. Voss lowers his voice. I was also ordered to prove the adaptive curriculum can be institutionalized. There. He pushes back. Small. Still enough. Vale's eyes become cold. Do not confuse delegated responsibility with authority. Voss hears the humiliation. Again, public. Again. His hands tighten. I almost feel bad. Almost. Then Voss looks at me. This time there is something new behind the hatred. Desperation. Good. That is the state I need. He steps into the arena. Fine. Vale says nothing. Voss points toward classroom 7. One final comparison. The hall murmurs. I look at him. What kind? Live combat assessment. Celine immediately says, no lethal threats. Voss nods. Non-lethal. Too quickly. Interesting. He prepared something. Good. Trap stage 4 is approaching. Voss continues. Classroom 7 against the elite demonstration group. Joran grins. Hana elbows him. Excellent. No instructor intervention. Fine. No undead assistance. Fine. Standard academy equipment. Fine. He expected resistance. Gets none. His confidence rises. Good. Then he adds the real condition. Suppression field at 50%. Milo's face changes. Hana does not. Joran smiles wider. Tessa looks almost bored. Voss sees none of that. He thinks suppression removes the advantage. He still believes power is the point. Perfect. The arena transforms. Barriers rise. Class 1 and Class 2 send 16 elite students. Classroom 7 sends 16 selected candidates. Hana, Joran, Milo, Tessa, 12 others. The rest observe. No undead. No lesson field. No external command. Exactly as requested. Celine activates the assessment. Stage 1 arrives brutally. The elite students attack first. High output spells slam into Classroom 7. Tessa's barrier bends. 3 students are knocked backward. Joran takes a direct hit. The audience cheers. Voss smiles. Vale watches. Stage 1. Receive. Classroom 7 looks weaker. Because they are. Good. Stage 2. Read. Hana watches mana usage. Milo watches patterns. Tessa identifies target priorities. Joran stops trying to retaliate. The elite group keeps pressing. Their training improved efficiency, but Voss taught them from my incomplete report. He fixed obvious waste. He did not teach them how to change roles under pressure. He did not teach them to fail repeatedly under distorted conditions. He did not teach their instructors to adapt with them. They are improved versions of the same students. My class is different, not better in every metric, different where it matters. One elite mage fires the same 3-spell sequence twice. Milo notices. He points. Hana shifts. Tessa opens one barrier lane. Joran moves. Stage 3. Ignition. The third sequence begins. Classroom 7 is already inside it. Hana deflects the first cast with minimal mana. Tessa angles the second. Joran uses the blast as cover. Milo calls timing. 3 elite students lose position. Classroom 7 does not chase. Good. They isolate. 1. Then another. Not kills. Score eliminations. The board updates. 16 against 14. Then 16 against 12. Voss stops smiling. The elite group changes formation. Good. They are not stupid. They begin using adaptive drills. Reduced output. Better barriers. Less waste. For a moment, they stabilize. Then Hana does something I did not teach her. She deliberately increases output. Wasteful. Apparently. The elite group reads it as panic. Moves forward. Exactly what she wanted. Tessa collapses a barrier behind them. Joran cuts retreat. Milo redirects Hana's excessive mana residue into a compression pattern. The waste becomes fuel. 3 more eliminations. I stare. Interesting. Student-created technique. No corpse source. No direct instruction. They built it themselves. Excellent. The system reacts faintly through my dormant network. New instructional pattern detected. Recordable. There. Teaching loop. Living students creating knowledge now. Vale sees my expression. He looks at the arena. Maybe he understands. Probably not fully. Voss definitely does not. He is watching his political recovery die 1 elimination at a time, 16 against 8, then 6. Then 4. The elite captain rallies, good fighter. A rank raw power, nearly S. He hits Joran hard enough to send him across the floor. Joran gets up, does not rush, good. The captain attacks again. Joran reads. 3rd strike. Joran waits. 4th, now. He steps inside. No full reinforcement. 1 shoulder, 1 turn, 1 brutal body check. The captain loses balance. Hana's compressed thrust hits his scoring seal. Eliminated. The board flashes. Classroom 7 victory. 16 survivors. Elite Group 0 active. For half a second, nobody reacts. Then the student galleries explode. Not polite applause. Noise. Real noise. Joran raises both fists. Master Fist, standing outside the barrier, lifts one hand. Joran sees it, immediately lowers his arms. The audience laughs. Even Celine smiles. Voss does not. He is pale. This is the moment he begins to panic. Not because his students lost, because his explanation lost. The bait fails publicly. He invested in it, promoted it, built a challenge around it. And now everyone can see that copied exercises reproduce only the surface. Trap stage 4. Explosion. I walk toward him. He looks at me. I keep my voice quiet enough that only nearby officials hear. This is why the report worked. He says nothing. It looked complete because every method inside was real. His eyes harden. I continue. You saw improvement. Yes. You trusted it. Silence. You invested deeper. Vale turns toward us. Renfall too. I finish. And you never noticed you were training your students to imitate outcomes while mine were learning to solve new problems. There. Connection. Part 3 to now. Motive and mechanism. Trap continuity complete. Voss's breathing changes. Barely. He finally understands he was not merely wrong. He was guided. That hurts more. He turns toward Vale. Give me one more assessment. Vale looks disgusted. You have already embarrassed this institution enough. That does it. Voss flinches, tiny, but visible. Desperation becomes something worse. He looks around, at the guilds, at the faculty, at Celine, at students cheering for Classroom 7, at the undead scholars, at me. Everything he controlled is moving away from him. His arc is accelerating. Arrogance, panic. Next comes despair. Not yet. Then Voss does exactly what desperate men do when their legitimate options collapse. He reaches for an illegitimate one. His hand moves beneath his ceremonial coat. I see the mana spike first. Celine shouts. Too late. Voss pulls out a black control seal. Ancient. 7-ring architecture. Vale's expression changes. Real shock. Interesting. Voss stole council access. He slams the seal into the arena console. The floor detonates. Barriers turn black. Every dead scholar jerks. 1,000 faculty seals flare. The grand hall locks. Doors slam shut. People scream. Vale stands. Voss. Voss laughs. Not calmly anymore. No. There it is. The subordinate finally breaks. He points the seal toward the undead network. I contained this academy for 18 years. Vale's face darkens. You served it. I buried your mistakes. He looks at the audience. All of them. His hand shakes. You let me take the blame for casualty quotas. Renwick goes white. You let me maintain the harvesting system. Vale says, put the seal down. Voss laughs again. No. His eyes find me, then Classroom 7, then the 1,000 scholars. If this system is what everyone wants, black light erupts. Then let them see what it was actually built to do. The control seal activates. Deep beneath St. Vera, something answers. Not one chamber. Hundreds. Old examination vaults. Buried combat constructs. Stored candidate remains. Soul batteries. Everything connected to the corrupted legacy infrastructure. I feel them wake. Hundreds of hostile signatures. Then thousands. Vale looks genuinely alarmed. Celine raises imperial barriers. Guild representatives draw weapons. Students panic. Classroom 7 reforms without being told. Good. Voss points toward me. You wanted your dead faculty? His smile breaks into something ugly. Teach this. The floor splits. The first wave climbs out. Dead examination candidates. Armored constructs. Soul-bound beasts. A completely brutal army assembled from decades of institutional waste. Stage 1. Receive. The grand hall is hit from every side. Barriers crack. Faculty lines collapse. Patrons scream. Elite students scatter. One undead beast crashes through the ceremonial dais. Vale throws it back with one hand. Powerful. Very powerful. Good to know. I command the scholar network. 1,000 instructors rise. But the hostile seal interferes. External legacy authority. Same problem as before. Worse scale. The black-jawed instructor drops to one knee. Its evolution runes ignite. Milo sees. Runs toward it. Milo! He ignores me. Annoying. Correct. He reaches the corpse. Grabs its wrist. The hostile command pulls. Milo pulls back. Not physically. Instructionally. He performs 5-step compression. The corpse mirrors him. Again. Faster. Student to teacher. Teacher to student. The runes spread. Neck. Chest. Arms. Evolution pending becomes evolution active. Not complete. Not yet. Good. Foreshadow pays off later. I turn toward the hall. The enemy is overwhelming. Exactly as required. Good. Stage 2. Read. I study the hostile army. They are all connected through Voss's stolen seal. 1. Command source. Multiple receivers. A network. He copied the concept without understanding the consequence. Networks can carry more than commands. They can carry instruction. I smile. Voss sees it. His face changes. What? I raise one hand. 1,000 scholars respond weakly. Not enough. Lesson field. Too small. I need more. Grand lecture. The new function waits inside my authority like a loaded weapon. One technique. One command. 1,000 scholars. Massive cost. Perfect. Not yet. The students need positions. Tessa is already organizing barriers. Hana directs low-output candidates. Joran holds the center. Milo remains with the evolving instructor. Celine coordinates Imperial Guards. Renfall gathers faculty. Even Vale is fighting. Temporary alliance. Excellent. I step into the center of the Grand Hall. Voss has given me the largest classroom St. Vera has ever built. 3,000 witnesses. 1,000 teachers. Hundreds of enemies. And one stolen institutional network connecting all of them. He thinks he released an army. He did not. He connected every hostile unit to my lecture hall. Talk about an absolute teaching opportunity. I raise my hand. The system recognizes the domain. Grand lecture available. I smile at Voss. Class is starting. Grand lecture does not feel like casting a spell. It feels like opening 1,000 doors inside my skull at the same time. For 1 second, I hear nothing. Then everything arrives. The silver-haired scholar's efficiency sequence. Master Fist's timing corrections. The black-jawed instructor's compression drills. Barrier geometry. Countercasting. Emergency triage. Old examination inversion. Movement analysis. Mana recycling. 1,000 dead teachers repeating the things they practiced until death preserved them better than memory ever could. My knees nearly buckle. The system warning burns across my vision. Grand lecture active. Scholar synchronization at 32%. Authority consumption extreme. 32%. Pathetic. Also enough. I point at the nearest hostile candidate corpse. First lesson. 1,000 scholars move. Not independently. Together. Every active instructor raises one arm. Different bodies. Same timing. The synchronization is ugly. Some are half a second late. Several damaged corpses fall, but the movement propagates. One technique. 1,000 demonstrations. The grand hall fills with black geometric lines. Vale stops fighting long enough to stare. Voss does too. Good. I choose the simplest pattern available. Mana compression. 5 steps. The technique that started with Milo. The one the black-jawed scholar taught him. The one Milo later taught back. Grand lecture carries it through the faculty. 5-step compression becomes hundreds of dark spheres hovering over dead hands. Then the lecture hits Voss's stolen network. Resistance. Violent resistance. His hostile army freezes for half a beat. Voss's eyes widen. What did you do? I almost answer. Then an armored corpse drives a blade through one of my scholars. No time for explanations. Stage 1 is still happening. We are being hit. Hard. I push Grand Lecture again. The hostile units are linked to Voss through institutional authority. My field reaches them through scholar infrastructure. Not ownership. Not yet. Exposure. Think of it like forcing an enemy classroom to hear the lesson through the walls. They do not obey, but they receive. That is enough. The first hostile corpse raises 2 fingers involuntarily. Rotates. Compresses. Voss notices. His face goes pale. Stop. The corpse keeps moving. Another copies. Then 6. Then 20. The stolen seal flares black. Voss forces them forward. My lecture pushes sideways. His army begins fighting itself at the level of instruction. Commands say attack. Imprints say repeat. The result is chaos. Perfect. Classroom 7 sees it first. Hana shouts something. The students shift formation. Tessa opens narrow barrier corridors. Joran stops defending the entire front and instead leaves gaps. Intentional gaps. Hostile units rush through. Then their movements stutter as Grand Lecture catches them. Hana's group eliminates them one by one. Not power. Timing. Good. Vale throws an enormous soul-bound beast across the hall. It lands 10 meters from me. The floor cracks. The creature has 6 legs, bone plating, and 3 examination seals embedded along its spine. It charges. I do not move. Joran does. He intercepts too early. Naturally, the beast hits him. He flies. Stage 1. Receive. He rolls. Gets up. Does not charge again. Progress. The beast turns. Tessa angles 2 barriers, not to stop it. To narrow its route. Milo watches. 3-beat acceleration. Good. Joran waits. First stride. Second. Third. The beast lowers its skull. Pause. There. Joran steps aside. Hana hits the first spinal seal. Crack. Milo fires compression into the second. Crack. Tessa folds a barrier beneath the third. The beast twists. Joran drives 1 reinforced elbow down. Third seal breaks. The creature collapses. Soul energy spills. I absorb automatically. Stage 4. Authority rises. Grand Lecture synchronization jumps from 32 to 37%. Interesting. Hostile scholar-linked units are fuel. Voss realizes it too. No. He raises the stolen seal. A second wave attacks. More bodies, more constructs, more soul-bound examination beasts. He is feeding me. He just does not have another option. Vale shouts toward him. Disengage the legacy network? Voss turns. And return control to you? There. Hatred finally becomes open. Vale's expression hardens. This is not about me. Voss laughs. Everything is about you. Good. Let them fracture while I work. Renwick is fighting beside Imperial Guards now. Not well. Still counts. Renfall has gathered Academy instructors into a defensive block around the student galleries. He sees Lysa get knocked backward, abandons his position for half a second, catches her, then returns. Another useful reassessment. The hall is becoming exactly what St. Vera should have been. People with different strengths solving the same problem. It only took several hundred undead attackers. Education reform is expensive. A blast strikes the faculty section. 5 living instructors fall. The silver-haired corpse steps forward, raises both hands. Efficiency pattern. I recognize it. Mana redirection. Normally used to teach low-output students how to preserve force. Grand Lecture spreads it. 100 dead scholars copy. Then 200. Their movements align. Black lines form a massive angled plane. The next enemy barrage hits. Redirects upward. The ceiling explodes instead of the students. Dust rains down. Vale looks toward me. You can synchronize them. Yes. How many? Currently? Another warning flashes. Authority unstable. Network recoil increasing. I smile without humor. Not enough. The hostile army surges again. Stage 2. Read. I stop watching individual enemies. Wrong scale. I watch the network. Every hostile unit receives commands from Voss's seal. But the commands do not move directly. They travel through relay nodes. 7 of them. Of course. 7-ring architecture. One relay beneath each major section of the Grand Hall. Destroy the nodes? Possible. But if the network collapses violently, thousands of trapped soul fragments might discharge at once. Bad. Hijack the nodes? Better. I need compatible authority. Vale has it. Unfortunately, Vale is Vale. I look toward him. He is fighting 3 constructs simultaneously. One hand. Annoyingly competent. Chairman. He glances at me. I need your 7-ring access. No. Expected. Then people die. They are already dying. There. Cold. Useful. I look around. No confirmed deaths among students yet. Several severe injuries. Imperial Guards worse. Vale is calculating institutional risk, not human risk. Of course. I change language. If Voss keeps the network, your council loses the archive. Vale's attention sharpens. Better. Explain. He is routing every legacy asset through stolen authority. I point toward the hostile army. If I break him directly, the network may assign control to the active seal holder. Vale understands. Voss. Yes. He already holds it. Not completely. I gesture toward the 7 relays. The network still recognizes superior founding authority. His. Vale looks at his own insignia. Then at Voss. There. Incentive aligned. Temporary. Fine. He raises his hand. 7 silver rings ignite. The relay nodes answer. Voss screams. Not from pain. Rage. You? Vale's voice is cold. You mistook access for ownership. Interesting. I remember that sentence. May become useful against him later. Vale pushes. Voss pushes back. The 7 relays flicker. Now. I activate Grand Lecture, at full output. The system warning goes red, synchronization target raised, projected authority exhaustion imminent. Fine. Lesson field. Black lines explode across the hall. 1,000 scholars connect. 32 students connect indirectly through their learned imprints. 73 external students react. Even elite candidates who trained under the copied methods carry fragments. The living network is larger than the dead one now. Not in power, in variation. That matters. I choose one pattern, not compression, not combat. The old examination inversion. Break the circle at 3 points. One dead scholar demonstrates. Then 1,000. Then students. Milo sees it. Copies. Hana copies. Tessa. Joran. Badly. Others follow. The entire Grand Hall begins repeating the broken circle movement. Vale stares. What is that? Your problem. The inversion pattern enters the 7-ring relays. Voss's command seal flickers. The network attempts to classify the motion. It is an examination protocol. Old. Valid. Still recognized. The relays interpret Grand Lecture not as an attack. As a test instruction. Perfect. Now Voss's hostile army receives conflicting priorities. Attack. Evaluate. Repeat. Obey. Record. Kill. Teach. The corrupted architecture starts tearing itself apart. Voss grips the seal with both hands. Stop. No. He wanted a demonstration. He gets one. The first relay changes allegiance, not to me. To examination neutrality. Then the second, third. Vale pushes founding authority through the opening. I push inversion. Voss loses the fourth. His army begins dropping. 1 corpse at a time, then dozens. Soulbound beasts crash. Constructs freeze. The Grand Hall exhales. Too early. The 5th relay detonates. Black energy blasts through the arena. Grand Lecture snaps. Pain hits like someone drives iron through my skull. I fall to one knee. The scholar network screams through sensation. Hundreds of connections disappear. Not dead. Interrupted. The black-jawed instructor collapses. Milo runs to him. Again. This time the evolution marks do not fade. They spread. Black bone climbs from the jaw across the skull. Runes cover the spine. The corpse's old academic seal shatters. There. Institutional identity breaking. Student-linked identity replacing it. Evolution. But not complete. The system says so. Elite instructor evolution at 94%. Catalyst unresolved. Of course. Always 94 when someone is trying to kill us. Voss sees me down. Panic turns into hope. Dangerous. He pulls every remaining hostile command into one sector. The surviving army converges. Not on the students. On me. Smart. Finally. If I lose consciousness, the scholar network collapses. 100 hostile units charge. I try to stand. My legs disagree. Stage 1 again. Receive. The first projectile hits. Tessa's barrier appears. She intercepts. Crack. Second. Hana redirects. Third. Joran blocks physically. Terrible choice. He takes the hit across his back. Fourth. Milo remains beside the black-jawed instructor. He cannot help. Good. He has another job. Classroom 7 surrounds me. I hate this. Not emotionally. Strategically. They are protecting the teacher. Wrong direction. I say, move. Hana does not. Tessa. No. That is new. I look at her. She reinforces the barrier. You told me survival outranks pride. Fair. Annoying. Joran spits blood. Also, you said not to improvise heroically. You are currently doing exactly that. I'm following Tessa. Technically correct. I hate competent students. The hostile wave hits. Barriers bend. Students get thrown. They regroup. Not because I tell them. Because they learned. I stop trying to move them. Recalculate. If they insist on protecting me, use the position. Stage 2. Read. The enemy converges through 3 approach lanes. Tessa can shape one. Hana can punish another. Joran can delay center. But the third? Milo. Still occupied. I look at him. He has both hands on the black-jawed instructor. The corpse trembles. Evolution 96%. Milo performs compression. The corpse copies. Then Milo changes. He does not repeat the old 5-step sequence. He performs Hana's efficiency correction. Then Tessa's barrier angle with empty hands. Then Joran's delayed counter stance. One technique from each of them. The corpse mirrors all 3. Its evolution jumps. 98. I understand. The black-jawed instructor began as one specialist. Then the network connected him. Milo became his student. Then his teacher. Now he is feeding the corpse, the class itself. The missing catalyst is not more necromantic energy. It is instructional breadth. A teacher becoming capable of carrying multiple students' methods. I look at the class around me. Everyone. They glance back. Show him something. Hana understands immediately. She performs the efficiency thrust. Joran, the delayed shoulder counter. Tessa, the angled barrier. Others follow. 32 students. 32 corrections. 32 techniques. Some tiny, some ugly, some not combat-related at all. Milo stands at the center. The corpse watches, copies, fragments. Grand lecture is inactive. No system synchronization. This is manual. Living to dead. Student to teacher. The evolution hits 100%. Black light erupts. The corpse rises. Its old ruined body rebuilds. Not into a knight. Not into some ceremonial death warrior. Into something stranger, taller, lean. Black bone plating forming the shape of an academic coat. Runic bands circle both forearms. Its jaw fully seals. Its eyes ignite white. No sword. No crown. No armor. A black teaching rod forms in one hand. The system identifies it Grand Scholar, multidiscipline instructional unit, student-linked authority independent of legacy faculty hierarchy. Perfect. Vale's eyes widen. So do Voss's. Milo grins. Master? The Grand Scholar turns, taps Milo's wrist. Once, then points at the hostile wave. Milo sighs. Right. The evolved scholar moves. Fast. Not fighter fast. Efficient. It steps into the center lane. One hostile corpse attacks. The Grand Scholar uses Joran's delayed counter. Second attacks. It uses Hana's minimal thrust. Third fires mana. It creates Tessa's angled barrier. Fourth, attempts suppression. 5-step compression cracks the spell. One body. 32 lessons. There is the decisive secondary strike, exactly when needed. The students stare. I do too. For half a second. Then I remember I am supposed to be working. The Grand Scholar opens the center. I reactivate a reduced lesson field, not grand lecture. Too expensive. Enough. The evolved unit becomes a relay independent of Vale's hierarchy. That matters. Its student-linked authority cannot be overwritten by the stolen seven-ring seal. I connect through it. The remaining scholar network stabilizes. Voss sees the change. No. His favorite word today, the Grand Scholar raises its teaching rod. One motion. Broken circle. Examination inversion. This time the technique reaches the sixth relay. Crack. Neutralized. Only one remains, the central node. Directly connected to Voss. He feels it. His face changes. Panic is gone. Now comes despair. He looks toward Vale. Help me. There it is, first plea. Not to me. To the man he hates. Vale looks at him. Cold. Voss grips the seal. You know what happens if this archive collapses. Vale says nothing. You told me to maintain the quotas. Silence spreads nearby. Celine hears. Renwick hears. Renfall hears. Good. Voss realizes what he just said. Too late. Vale's eyes become murderous, not because of the accusation, because it was public. Voss laughs weakly. There. His voice cracks. There you are. Vale steps forward. Release the seal. Voss shakes his head. You'll bury me. Yes. No disguise. Interesting. Voss looks at me. Now actual desperation arrives. Dressed. I wait. You can stop him. Vale's attention turns toward me. Voss continues. You think he will let your school survive? No. I do not. You think the council will accept this? No. Also true. You need me. That part is less convincing. Voss takes one step. Imperial guards raise weapons. I know their records. He points toward Vale. The quotas. The casualty transfers. The guild agreements. The rank suppression orders. Vale says, enough. Voss laughs again. All of it. There. This is better than destroying him. He is becoming evidence. I look at Celine. She has already activated a recording seal. Good. Voss sees it. Despair deepens. Then he makes the last stupid decision available. He slams his hand into the central relay. Not command. Overload. Vale shouts. I move. Too late. The seventh node ruptures. Every hostile corpse releases its stored soul energy at once. The Grand Hall turns black. This is no longer Voss's attack. It is a detonation. Thousands of trapped fragments. Decades of harvested candidates, all trying to escape through the same network. If they release uncontrolled, everyone here dies. I raise both hands. Grand lecture is unavailable. Authority almost empty. Lesson field insufficient. The Grand Scholar turns toward me. Milo beside it. 32 students behind them. 1,000 scholars throughout the hall. Then, the system gives me one option. Emergency instructional convergence. Temporary. Unsafe. Uses every active teacher-student link as stabilization channels. I almost laugh. Of course. The solution to an exploding soul network is a group project. Classroom 7. 32 heads turn. Positions. No explanation needed. Tessa builds concentric barriers. Hana marks efficiency channels. Milo starts compression. Joran organizes physical anchors. The other students copy. Then the 73 adaptive trainees join. Then Lysa. Then elite students. Then living faculty, even Renfall. The dead scholars mirror them. Student, teacher, student, teacher. The distinction disappears. I activate convergence. Soul energy hits. Pain, light, noise. Then channels form. Instead of exploding outward, the harvested fragments move through the instructional network. Not absorbed, released, one by one. Memories flicker, not complete lives. Fragments. A girl practicing barrier angles. A boy failing the same spell 40 times. Someone laughing in an old training hall. A teacher correcting a stance. A student crying after passing. Tiny pieces. Enough to remind everyone these were people. The Grand Hall goes silent. Even Voss. Especially Voss. The last soul fragment leaves the network. The black light fades. Every hostile corpse collapses, not destroyed, empty. Finally empty. Stage 4. not absorption. Liberation, better. The system responds harvested soul reserve, neutralized, 1,000 scholar units upgraded through voluntary instructional resonance, teacher authority restored. Then another message. Grand lecture synchronization ceiling increased. I ignore it. For now. Across the hall, Voss drops the stolen seal. It cracks on the floor. He looks around. No army. No authority. Vale disgusted with him. Renwick recording everything mentally. Renfall no longer beside him. Celine holding evidence. Students staring. Guild representatives whispering. The trap has not merely exploded. It has taken his entire structure with it. He looks at me. The arrogance is gone. The panic is gone. Even despair is almost gone. What remains is fear. Good. Now we are getting close. Vale turns toward Imperial guards. Take him. Voss steps backward. Then looks at me again. Dressed. I say nothing. Please. There it is. The plea. His voice is barely audible. You cannot let them hand me to the council. Interesting. Not Imperial custody. Council. He fears Vale more. Useful. He steps toward me. Guard sees his arms. Please, again. I remember every sentence. You are a failure. Every student behind you is academically worthless. You truly are hopeless dressed. By tomorrow afternoon, none of it will matter. I could answer now. Tempting. Wrong time. Part 12 is for judgment. Not here. I look at him. Save your voice. His face empties. I turn away. Behind me, Imperial guards drag the former vice-chancellor from the arena he tried to turn into a grave. Vale watches me. He thinks the crisis strengthened his position. Celine thinks evidence will settle everything. The guilds think they just witnessed an educational revolution. My students think the battle is over. None of them are completely correct. Voss was never the highest layer. He just proved it publicly. Chairman Edrin Vale still stands beneath 7 silver rings. Registrar Sorn still holds the Black Ledger. The Continuity Council still controls guild recognition. And now they know exactly what my network can become. Vale walks toward me. You performed adequately. I stare at him. Adequately. 3,000 people nearly died. 1,000 dead scholars resisted institutional override. 32 former failures stabilized a soul detonation. And this man chooses adequately. Excellent. His arrogance remains intact. Vale lowers his voice. Tomorrow, we discuss custody. I look at the dead faculty. Then at classroom 7. Then at him. No. His eyes narrow. I continue. Tomorrow, we discuss records. For the first time, he looks uncertain. Good. I point toward Registrar Sorn's Black Ledger. During the battle, Lesson Field touched the 7-ring network, only briefly, but networks carry information both ways. And the Grand Scholar remembered something. Not a technique, a filing pattern. Deep inside my necromantic awareness, fragments of council records are now waiting. Casualty quotas, rank suppression agreements, guild placement restrictions, faculty reclamation orders, names, dates, approvals. Vale follows my gaze toward the ledger. Understanding arrives, slowly, then completely. His face changes. Finally, I smile. Class is over for today. I step past him. Tomorrow is administration.